as you know, surveying, especially elevation checks and all of that, is based solely on horizontals being parallel.
There we go.
Right? Well, that isn't a curve, right? That, you know, that isn't what they do. They measure a drop in the vertical, don't they? When you're doing surveying on your measuring rod.
Hang on here. Let me think about this.
Yeah, you do. And that's
If there's a change in the vertical, then what do you call that when you're measuring, when you're doing your surveying?
Hang on here. Let me think about this a minute.
change in elevation.
Right, okay.
Oh, yeah. There we go.
Hang on here. Let me think about this a minute.
Oh, yeah. So drop any, it would be a drop any direction you go. Earth is always dropping away from you.
So the water, you think the water level drops away from you?
There we go. Yeah, I know it. I've not seen a drawing from LIGO.
The nutsack thing is related to
either arm, an X or a Y.
Let's say 400
Go on the
meters.
west
How
arm, the
accurate
east
could
arm.
you be? Let's set in a horizontal.
It is designed to be 33.1 arc seconds from top to bottom at that distance.
Wait a minute. The elevation from the water level is always going to be the same.
They'll all intersect. Those three lines will intersect in the middle.
There we go.
Oh shit, Broncos went to bed a long time ago.
a nutsack drop is a pretty good demonstration of the globe.
There we go.
Just hang on here, let me think about this.
Go on.
Water level.
Oh, yeah. The water level is the most level.
The water level will show you level. You'll take your auto level then to the center of this array of there we go of level points that you've established. Set it at the center. Oh yeah. And then shoot both ends. You'll find out that they're dropping.
What? Both ends of the water level lower.
There we go. Yeah.
In the middle.
We got a home.
You've got a home.
Absolutely.
It's a home.
Hang on here, let me think about this.
You got a home base.
Oh, wait. Oh, I'm sorry. God, I'm getting tired, Bev. Back up. That was wrong. That was something else I was thinking about.
33.1 arc seconds.
1 arc second, which at 400 meters would be in a vertical height of 12.6 millimeters. Buster.
It's not my problem if you don't want to.
Hang on here, let me think about this.
You're just on your own.
What do you call a change in vertical in surveying?
Hang on here, let me think about this.
You know, like if there's a vertical distance change, what's that called?
Hang on here, let me think about this.
It's elevation, and it's measured
so
from
you've
sea
just
level.
said.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you've just said that the
And all
water
of them?
level changes in elevation
There we go.
from the point you're
the water
at.
level does. Yes, the water level will. Absolutely. Oh yeah.
So it's
wait,
not
wait.
establishing a level.
Wait a
Wait a
Hold
minute.
on
I think
a
you might have
second.
got. Whoa. Yeah.
Hold on.
Go on.
There we go. Hold on.
Take a mulligan on that one. Let's try again.
Don't overtalk.
Hang on here,
Don't
let me think
overtalk.
about
Don't
this.
penalty.
Yeah, at 400 meters, the Earth curve is about 12.6 millimeters, so you're going to have to add that in.
Oh yeah.
Add it into a horizontal. Where do you add it in?
Yeah, that's what I feel like a lot of times, Buster.
There we go. Oh yeah.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
Yeah, you've just said that the
And all of
water
them?
level changes in
Hang on, let me
elevation
think about
from the point
The
you're
water
at.
level does. Yes, the water level will. Absolutely.
No reason, no logic, no wisdom, no worries.
Yes, the water level will. Absolutely.
You're just on your own.
There we go. Oh
No
yeah.
reason, no logic, no answers to question.
Hang on here, let me think about this a minute.
You're just on your own.
Just so that, you don't lose me here. Let's say we have A, NA, and NB on your water level. Where are you going to put your water level?
Oh yeah.
What? I'm not putting the auto level anywhere. Now those.
From what? Okay, wait, back up. Back up. Back up. No, wait, back up. Back up. No, wait, please.
Hey.
But on the curved Earth, what you just described is what we would see. We would have three different horizontals intersecting in the middle.
Yeah.
And, oh, wait a minute. Sorry. And we are live. Welcome, everyone. I know most people are off doing other things. It's the day after the day before, isn't it? Welcome. Thanks for being here. I know that this is where it gets tough, right? The topics that we're going to be talking about tonight are the ones that they don't want you to know about. These are the ones that keep the conversations get changed away from. So bear with us, and if you do think it's a little bit too much, just make sure you switch off. You know, go and watch something to do with the globe or space or flat earth or something like that. You don't want to be dealing with this sort of stuff. Because came into this a few years ago because I've been talking to a certain group of people on the internet, on Twitter, because I was researching some stuff. Now, researching reality and sort of realizing that times are changing. Got an autistic son. I've got to think a bit more about how he's going to carry on in the future, because I know personally from personal experience that what happens when you're in your youth can affect you for the rest of your adulthood. You can develop paracosms within your youth that can continue with you all your life. And I needed to help him out. Now, it's possible that it's too late. You know, the damage had already been done in the early years, and it's just no way to get it back. If that was the case, then I needed to learn for myself, just so I could help him maybe make the same sort of discoveries that I made when I was of a certain age. But I can't say that he'll be in the same position I was in when I was of an adult age, starting this discovery. Most people who are listening to us, I know, were of a certain age. And sometimes it can be embarrassing to think, wow, how did I get to this age here without noticing certain things that were right there? I'm guessing it's the same for everybody, but nobody seems to want to talk about these sort of things. So I came into this arena actively seeking out something that I could get hold of for myself. Now, I didn't have a clue what it was I was looking for. I was looking for some way to help my son. We got a camera, a long distance camera. It enabled us to be able to go and talk to people, you know, like, and who has this P1000 group? Like, where are they? Where are the people that you can sort of show these long distance photos? Oh, it inspired my son to become a photographer, so that was good. But along with that, showing, you know, like, wow, there's 85 miles away there. There's a mountain. You can see it. 85 miles. That's good, isn't it? And somebody said, well, of course you'll see it because you can see it. And it's like, yeah, we can see it. We took a picture of it in the camera. What's your longest shot? And they said, well, you're a flat earther. Took a few more different steps along the way, but, you know, accused us of being a flat earther, and I said, I'm not a flat earther. I'm not a flat earther, but I can't see why you're saying this sort of stuff. And then it developed into, let me get a little clip for you to put in Discord, so you can. Might take a bit. I have had communication with this particular individual once again. Similar things have been stated, but a few years ago on Twitter, this is where this started. And this is what one particular individual thinks of people within this arena. Now, this hasn't changed. I think it's... it was a 19-second one. Just check.
Autistic child is psychological child.
There you go. Add that. No, this should be coming into Discord. So these are just clips. Now this is Monday night debates, and it says the Rumpus versus Try Thinking. That's never been a debate with Rumpus. Again, hoodwinked over there. Go for a conversation with somebody, and I'm going to play this clip now. This is what happens public when you state that level is horizontal to these people.
I'm saying, personally, I believe the things that you teach your child, your autistic child, is psychological child abuse.
Like that water is level?
No, you teach your child that level is a horizontal plane, which is not true.
Yes.
And the implication of that is that you are teaching your child the earth is flat.
No.
Yes.
So you're quite there. He says that there's an implication that you're teaching your child is the earth's flat. Well, I've never taught my son that. And that's disgusting for somebody to state that publicly. And he did. He stated it publicly to a load of people. I'm not a flat earther, but this person, let me get this. He has been on Twitter recently, and he stated this. He posted this tweet. He did. It says, fight the flat earth, brackets, Batman, because he does think he's a superhero. He says, my 10-year-old daughter and I debunked this disgusting child abuse. Now, I personally think that this flat earth fighter thinks that for you to put your child on camera is child abuse in this case. And he gets upset, right? So it's disgusting child abuse to put your children on camera or something like that. He'll have to explain it, right? Now, I reply back to him. Because not many people seem to be bothered about this sort of stuff. But, like, we'll get round to it in a bit. This is why I'm here. This very topic. That people's opinions of other people. He then replies, I beat up a junkie that stole from my wife the bike that he gave the guy, the neighbour. He says, you abuse your autistic kid. I know what is worse. Like the flat earth knows which is worse. Him beating up his neighbour, violent criminal, or me getting my son into photography, showing him how to affix a camera to the back of a level. Which one's worse? Because this is Fight the Flat Earth. This is a guy that's being given a public platform by Jeren. His videos get thousands of views. And this is the opinion he gives people of other people. I'm not a flat earther, but this guy that's fighting the flat earth can imagine he can just point fingers at people and say, I'm fighting you. For some reason. I only said that level is horizontal. This is the latest one. I said, you want to be careful saying that. You know what happened last time? Because the last time Craig did this, he lost his Twitter account. Because he went on a crusade to get me banned for being a child abuser. And he ended up losing his account. Because he can't just go round calling people child abusers. Although, if you've escaped a prison sentence for an outrageously violent criminal attack, and then been praised by the people that you tell the story, and they've paid for your fines, so there's not really been any sort of anguish or penalty or anything for what he's done, he can then be emboldened to be able to just do this sort of stuff. So he says then stop abusing your kids. One of them's just gone on holiday. It's his birthday. He's gone on holiday to Holland. So he's in Holland at the minute. So this is what this guy is portraying to other people. Abusing your kids. Nothing happened last time. You and everyone that teaches their children that the earth is not a globe is a child abuser. Now, what have I taught my sons? Have I ever taught my sons that the earth is not a globe? No. Why would I do that? My son lives in the real world. Everybody knows his globe. Yet this man thinks he can just go around stating that, you know, you're a child abuser because you teach your children things that you don't actually teach them. This disgusting individual that gets paid for criminal behaviour by the people that support him, his sycophants, is being allowed to do this sort of thing, and nobody's bringing it to anybody's attention. In fact, the flat earthers, I think, by purposely not talking about this, are encouraging it. I mean, does Dave Weiss, for instance, tell people that, you know, the earth's flat, right? Come over here, come and join our gang. But there are people out there that are going to publicly label you as a child abuser when you come into this ridiculous flat earth thing, which the earth's obviously not flat. But if you take it on, because, I don't know, Dave Weiss has sold you a thing. Maybe you like the way Jeren says something. Maybe you're enthralled by Nathan Oakley ranting at people. Maybe you like the way that QE attacks other flat earthers because he's the governor of the flat earth. Maybe you like that, right? Well, they don't bother telling you that there are other people who get loads more views publicly labeling you as a child abuser. That's okay. It's 2023. And the game we're playing seems to be earth shape something that nobody really understands and nobody's got a clue. Yet people label other people, but they don't just label them flat earther anymore. Look at what comes along with it. Look at what Fight the Flat Earth's dishing out to people that say we can obviously prove it's not flat. I've been in Nathan Oakley's chat, I've been in everybody's chat telling them for years the Earth's not flat. Yet some outrageously violent criminal still has the right to publicly label you. Nobody wants to talk about it. Flat earthers don't want to talk about it, right? Because they want you in this club. Fight the Flat Earth. He needs to be able to label people with this label. And he needs to be able to get away with it. Because if this was a normal society that we were living in, modern day society, if it was a normal things, this wouldn't be allowed. He'd have to be able to prove that you were a child abuser, right? Wouldn't he? It's not just considered child abuse for calling people things.
Don't forget, he also claims that what he did, that he was morally right.
Yeah.
Right? He was morally right to beat up the guy that he freely lent a bike to.
Yeah.
And he calls the guy a drug addict, right? Nobody knows this for sure. We just have the word of a convicted criminal who beat this guy up, right? That's it. And he is very proud of what he's done. He got his followers to pay for all of his court costs. He thinks it's brilliant. And he can go around labeling anyone he disagrees with a child abuser. And I don't know if anybody's noticed, but Fight the Flat Earth himself has had his children on his live streams doing some questionable things. Right? And now he's taking issue with someone else putting their children on a live stream. I have my own opinion on it. I don't think it's a good idea for anyone to do it.
I'm the same.
But for you to do it and then criticize someone else for doing what you do, you use your children to make money quite often. You do special streams featuring them. And then you have the nerve to turn around and say, wow, that guy's a child abuser for putting his children on camera. I mean, why does nobody point out the hypocrisy? Well, of course we know Fight the Flat Earth is necessary. And he's supported. He can do no wrong. What would happen, say I went out, got myself into trouble with the police, got arrested, got a criminal record. What do you think would happen with me? Do you think I'd get loads of support and people paying my costs and things like that?
Like everyone would be saying, like, we don't bother talking about that anymore. Like, we just leave it alone. We'll help everybody out. Let's get the court cases and we'll just pretend it never happened. Because that's what happens with people in this arena. Nobody wants to discuss about the guy that was a content thief within this arena. Nobody wants to discuss anything to do with Fight the Flat Earth now or when he did it 4 years ago. Nobody wants to talk about it. 4 years ago, there were There's like Israel, who's watching? Not so many, right? Okay. 4 years ago, when I first came to this arena, Fight the Flat Earth was calling me a child abuser. And I was, fresh to this arena. Fight the Flat Earth was the big guy on YouTube. He was saying he was going to get my children taken off me, all of that sort of stuff. I was asking for help, wondering, would the Flat Earthers help me? Because this guy's the one that's calling me a child abuser because he says I'm a Flat Earther. So perhaps he's doing it to other Flat Earthers, right? Perhaps I might be able to go and get some help. I'm not a Flat Earther, but, they might be in the same position. And what do we find out? We find out there's a guy who says, we're already getting into a court case with Fight the Flat Earth. Don't upset it, right? Because it's already going through the processes. He'll get done because we're putting him, the courts, the solicitors are being paid. So don't bother doing that. Don't bother, says Sleeping Warrior. So we didn't, because he was in contact with FE Corps, and FE Corps were going to sue Fight the Flat Earth for doing something. And turns out they didn't. Turns out Fight the Flat Earth got saved. He was allowed to just publicly slander people. And he got some defenders. So who were the defenders? As far as I'm concerned, Sleeping Warrior. Sleeping Warrior helped out Fight the Flat Earth. All that way back. And they've been helping him out ever since. Ranty helped Fight the Flat Earth out the most. But Nathan Oakley, QE, all of those people, they help him out by not talking about him.
Mm-hmm. And for anyone out there who listens to Nathan Oakley as well and hears him spout his stuff, and I don't know whether they know, but all of those guys on the panel, the original guys, right, not this new panel lineup, but the original lot, all used to come into our original Emma UK server. Every single one of them. And I've forgotten where I was going with that, Bev, so you're going to have to take it. But yeah, I remember. So yeah, we've spoken to these people. They've been completely different with us. I mean, I'm seeing people in the same position I was 4 or 5 years ago, right? Thinking that panel is my friend, right? Thinking that they're good people and they've got my best interests at heart. You happen to disagree with them or question or see, well, really what it was is we saw a lot of the manipulation behind the scenes. Again, similar 24/7. And we walked away, and now you see the result of that. So all those people that think they've got a foot in the door with FED and they're on the panel and they get to chat and they're all good friends and they get to read out super chats, and you will get to a point where you disagree. And I mean, if you never do, then that's on you. But when you disagree and don't follow the script, they will drop you, and then they will we'll go back to the old English slang, they'll slag you off. Tell people to unsubscribe if you go off and do your own thing.
Go against their script.
Yeah, absolutely twisted. And they try and write us off because we've been through the process. We've come out the other side after seeing all of the shit that goes on behind the scenes, and they don't want us talking about it. They just want to pretend we don't exist. They don't want to talk about it. You've got a politics server right now, 24/7 Flat Earth has a room in there where they want people apparently to go and talk. But yet, you try and go over there and talk, it's an absolute nightmare to get in. And then you get treated like shit and kicked out very quickly. And it's run by 24/7. We all know 24/7's history by now.
We
But
do,
yet
but
people will
most of the
still go.
people that are coming in don't, right? The new people that are listening. I mean, it takes a long way, right? Whoever's listening to this, you don't get here by mistake, right? This is the sort of like the end of the thing. Once you've researched flat Earth, then you start researching the flat earthers, and then you end up knowing exactly how set up this whole arena is. The arguments, the circular arguments, the sophistry involved, all of the players, the act, the script, all. It's all there. This is the place you come when you know that. Or you just leave. Just leave and go away. Like Brian Mullins. All of those other people that just disappear. You think, where are they? Where did they go? They've just had enough. They see it for what it is. I'm fascinated by it because I truly love this researching flat Earth. Because it's much more than just flat Earth. There's characters. There's psychology traits. There's all sorts of things involved in this. And you better be aware that even if you have a proof that the Earth is not flat, if these people want to label you, they will do anything they can to badmouth you, slag you off, slander you, attack your friends, separate people, put wedges in between people, tell lies about you. They'll do anything.
Classic example. So even now, years later, after the fact of me being scammed out of some money by a guy who is one of the top mods in 24/7. It's well known. I've talked about it. I don't harp on about it. But I made it known. And the other day, I had to leave a Discord server because one person decided to go in to the text chat where I was and literally completely lie about the situation that I'd gone through, talked about openly. They lied, and then they had 4 or 5 other people come in to agree with them, ask them questions, all the while ignoring me, sat there going, no, that's not what happened. What are you talking about? This is all rubbish. I've talked about it. And in the end, I had to leave the server. I was just, what is the point in me sitting there just saying you're a liar? You're a liar. Where does that get me? Nowhere.
Yeah, that's what all I have to do in Nathan Oakley's chat. It's a regular thing, right? Obviously it's a scripted thing to lie about you and then cut you out of the conversation whilst they continue talking about the lies that they're portraying about you. They know that they can do it. That's how controlled this arena that Dave Weiss doesn't want to tell you about. It's not fun at all, but it's very it's freeing because you learn about things.
And Dave Weiss also wants you to put your information into an app so that other flat earthers can find you, locate you. I mean, to me, that's just as bad as 24/7. Catching those people looking for truth, looking for answers. They get caught in the net of flat earth and they freely hand over their details, right? Because they think they found these amazing people who are there for the same reasons as they are. When unfortunately they're not. The people at the top of this, They do it, one, to make money. There are other reasons for sure, but they do not have your best interests at heart. So, I mean, I was at that point where I handed over, my information to certain people in this topic, and it's come back to bite me on the backside. So please think twice before thinking that this is like some great family and all these people love you and will look out for you. They won't.
Yeah, this is one of the strange. That's why I call it the arena. You best be prepared if you want to enter it. Make sure you've got armor at least, some sort of a weapon. Otherwise, you're just fresh meat, and these people will play with you. They do it daily. We've been going out every morning this week, purposely, to go out to talk to these people where this all sort of started for us. Me and Emma. Turn Up, Redman, Spot On. We all met up at the beginning in this strange place where we were all finding our feet. And luckily enough, Emma was there, Spot On was there. I had people that I could talk to. Because that's what got me through it. I wouldn't have been able to get through any of that had these people not been there. People have stuck around and stayed with us. That's what it's all about. It's the people and the conversations. And the longer you're in this, the more you'll realise that those conversations that you want to have can't really be had until you find the words, the rhetoric to be able to have those conversations. And that takes a little bit of time, experience, communication. It takes a lot of people to inspire you, to help you, guide you, to give you those checks, just to make sure. And these people that are doing this, you need them. It's a must. You need them to be honest. You need them to be on the level with you. Because if they're not, you can easily be led by these people. You need to be able to have people with you that are at least honest with what they say. And I've been out every day this morning, and there's not much honesty out there within conversation. Not within this flat earth script, anyway. They've forgotten what the honesty is. Their script has been wrote by shadow giants. It's like holy text.
Have you told them what happened this morning?
Go on. You
okay, well, let's just... All right, but set the backstory. So to get into the politics server, you have to give over... I think you have to give over your phone number, and you have to log in through Discord again to access the server. So, you've got to jump through all these hoops to get in there, which is fair enough. And then you get to...
Which we don't do here, right? When you come into this Discord, you'll just sign up for Discord, click on the link for this place, and you can then come in.
We won't ask for passwords or anything, but... So that's like standard for the politics server. And then you get the guest rooms, which have their own rules, regulations, mods, that kind of thing. And apparently we know, you go into the VC and you can access the VC, you can read the text chat that goes with the VC, but you cannot type or speak. And you have to spend, we're not entirely sure how long that time is, but you have to build up your time sat there in that room just listening, unable to type, unable to speak for probably 4 or 5 days. So, it's a fair few hours. Unless you get called on you know, they see that you're new and they call you out to speak, and then you might get unmuted. So that's the backstory of the politics server, how you get in there. So Bev, quite a few of us joined the politics server a while ago. We joined the 24/7 room because Bev wanted to go over and chat, and a few people did. So we got everyone jumping through hoops. And so far, there's only 2 out of anybody that come in here that are freely able to go in there and type and text. Like, none of the rest of us were given access. I got it, I think, yesterday. Finally got given access to type and speak. And so Bev decides we're off there this morning. I went in early before Bev even was around, I think, and I was listening and typing in the text chat. And I managed to get the attention straight away of one of the room mods, who did not like anything I had to say and it kept saying, bye then, basically telling me to get lost. So I had a little fun with him, and he was asking whether I'd speak in VC. Great, yes, please, let me speak in VC. Yes, let's do this. 10 minutes later, not even that, 5 minutes later, I've been banned from the room completely for 2 days. Because I just so happened to irritate a mod in there. So if anybody's thinking about joining the politics server to go in that room, be prepared to jump through many, many, many hoops. Bev, I hope you're back.
Yes. Yeah, it's what I've been finding is that you go over there, and there are flat earthers. I go over there to talk to the flat earthers personally, because I know that there's a certain model affliction that people really find it difficult to talk to me about reality. So I don't go there to talk to people like Fight the Flat Earth. I go there to talk to the flat earthers, let's say, and just discuss things about what they know. And always this week they get upset because what happens is the flat earthers don't want to talk about the fallacious arguments that they've been given by other shadow giants, right? The flat earth shadow giants have given shitty arguments. They don't want to talk about that. They don't want to talk about the grammar of how synonym arguments just don't work and the repercussions of these things. So what happens is the globe sophists, the dogmatic globe sophists, are allowed to take over because the flat earthers don't want to have this. They don't want to have to admit that it's not flat, which seems really weird, right? Everybody knows the earth's not flat, but for some reason flat earthers can't admit it. They've taken it on as a weird different conception somehow, and they don't even want to discuss that, how they imagine flat to be not flat, or how they can allow not flat to be flat and still. It's very strange. So we end up talking to these new school of practicing sophists. Of course, when we're talking to these sophists now and the flat earthers have all gone quiet, all the flat earthers are going, oh, this is boring. Which it is, because we're talking about a basic geometry, but we're not actually being able to give the proofs of the basic geometry. You're listening to sophists talking about squares not being squares, straight lines not being straight, triangles having impossible amounts of angles in them. That's what they're listening to, and it sounds nonsense, and that's because it is absolute nonsense, but they allow it. They allow that conversation, and they allow the sophists to talk. Much like Jaren's going to allow Fight the Flat Earth to accuse people of being child abusers publicly. Because he is. Fight the Flat Earth on Sunday on Debatism, a channel run by Jeren, the Flat Earther. Jaren's going to give Fight the Flat Earth, the outrageously violent criminal, a platform to be able to call the TikTok guy a child abuser. He's already done it publicly. Whether it's going to be addressed on Sunday or not, probably not, because I think it's allowed. I think it's expected. I think that's what Fight the Flat Earth's there for. I think that's why Jaren's given him a platform. Anything's allowed in this ridiculous arena we're in. And just remember that you don't actually need to be a flat earther for Fight the Flat Earth to do this. He's just talking about level being a straight line. That's all you've got to do. Flat earthers don't want to talk about a geometric argument, even though that's where the proofs are. So Fight the Flat Earth is calling somebody a child abuser for teaching their children geometric proofs within reality, because that's what it seems to be. And you want to welcome to 2023 in this arena? Try and wrap your head around that. Teaching Euclidean geometric proofs to children is now considered child abuse. Because if you rationalize it, you can falsify a dogmatic globe. That Fight the Flat Earth's got a few words for you if you think you can try and do that. I'd understand it, Paige. They want to push it. If you talk to anyone in this arena, nobody wants to mention Fight the Flat Earth. Why is that? Because if they do mention anything about it, they will get cut out of this arena. You only get support from a little pool of things around here. And the more people you get on your thing, you get a few more clicks, don't you? A few more likes, a few more thumbs up. And where do you think they come from? Fight the Flat Earth supports a lot of things. He has a lot of people. He can command a lot of things. Sleeping Warrior had this thing where people had to go and leave a tab open on the people that he wanted to promote. He'd get 3 or 4 of you to help him out, to get some more views for people. So if you want to know what's going on within this arena, that's it. Just click a tab open. You don't have to watch it. It's a number. It's a viewer. It all looks good for the numbers and the algorithm. But this is about, for us, for me personally, I know how much I've grown. I know how much I can communicate now. I know my rhetoric has improved 1,000% from what it was when I first started. I've learned so much from the people that are around us. Learned so much from being challenged by these people like Fight the Flat Earth. He introduced me to Euclidean geometry, Euclid's elements. I found, because Fight the Flat Earth said to me about a straight line, he said non-Euclidean geometry. He thought that was a rebuttal. I thank him for it. Had he not said that, I might not be here today. Probably would. Logos is given us the path to take. I follow. So this is going to be interesting on Sunday. How much rain Fight the Flat Earth is, how happy he is, how friendly they all are. Because in the back rooms, he's telling people they're child abusers. That normally upsets people when somebody says that. When somebody says you're child abusing your autistic child, when Fight the Flat Earth has an autistic son as well. Can you imagine the what sort of a person would do that? I'd have a chat with Fight the Flat Earth on Jeranism, but I'm not too sure it's the sort of thing Jeranism wants to promote on his channel. Doesn't want to be letting people know that this guy actively calls him a child abuser. Jeran's got a kid, hasn't he? I wonder if Fight the Flat Earth will call Jeran a child abuser publicly, or whether he'll use him to promote his own thing. Yeah, Mrs. has just done some non-Euclidean geometry for us. Hyperbolic, crocheting. Thank you very much. So we do things. I've got another model to explain when I go into a conversation with people. I've got a ball, and now I've got some crochet. It's not knitting, it's crocheting, isn't it? Yeah, there you go. Not knitting, crochet. I don't think you can do represent hyperbolic planes with knitting. I think is that linear? Might be. I think you might need to do crocheting. Yeah, so the offer's open. I'm here. I'm here for the conversation. QE, Nathan Oakley, Michael Kahn, Flatsoid, Jeran, Fight the Flat Earth, Dave Weiss, you name it. Come and have a chat again. Because I've talked to everyone, haven't I? Who haven't we talked to? Morgile. Anyone else? Who haven't we talked to?
Eric Dubay.
Oh, right, the Dubay. Yeah. Him and Morgile, something in common. And that other one, Richardson, is it?
Is that the one who used to sort out the conferences?
Yeah.
Robbie Davidson.
Robbie Davidson, that's the one. But Bloods has talked to him, I think. So we have got people. Nobody's talked to Dubay. So yeah, I mean, we're only here for the conversation, and we're only here to talk about reality. Strangely enough, the people that are in this arena, and they are talking about reality, aren't they? Isn't that what we're doing? Or are they just talking about their models? Because I know they do talk about their models, but I mean, aren't we meant to be relating it to reality? That's what we're here for. Just to play games and discuss things about reality. And I'm here personally to be able to communicate. That's my particular journey. I learn things from communicating with other people. seem to have lost, I don't know, the base model from where I start from. So don't really know where I'm starting from. I'm starting from a logical position of trying to gain information. I don't know where I store it or anything. I think everybody else, or most people, I would be interested to see if anybody's had a similar experience and whether that has changed anybody. But I think the child model from 0 to 7 it's hard to access for people, but that's where most of the stuff's stored. Because whenever you talk to people, they normally tend to revert to some childlike state or remembering something when they were in their childhood. Very Freudian type stuff, where you revert to childhood when mentally challenged, when you find yourself in aporia. Book 16, like I think how many books did we get? 15. The whole 15 books. So well done, yeah. Well done, Lakota. Book 16. Crocheting. Crocheting into non-Euclidean. I had a conversation today about a square. Strangely enough, because we had the 5-sided square last night. If STST's listening, maybe we can do have a chat about, you know, basic understanding of Euclidean geometry. He says he's on about learning. So I'd definitely go over the proofs I have. Wow, that's nice. You make the most of it in the chat. Make the most of it. Thomas, I don't know who's here for that. I think most people are here for that sort of stuff. Seems to be what's hot in 2023. A lot of people want to try and sweep this sort of stuff under the carpet, pretend it doesn't happen. Let's get back down to the talking and going over. Well, no, we can't get back to the arguments. That's all we've ever talked about, really. It's time to start talking about the real stuff, the stuff that people are finding themselves in here for, right? For what purpose would anybody have for wanting to come into this particular arena? And when I say this particular arena, I mean the arena that we're in, because anybody knows within this Discord server, we don't talk about the shape of the earth or anything. It's everybody else that associates us with that sort of thing. We don't. We're talking about proofs. In reality, we go out, we do camera stuff, we do practical stuff. We've been to Bedford, we've been to the beach, we've got the auto level out, we've been up to the top of mountains, we do loads of sort of stuff. We do waving lasers, we do it all. But that's not what people want to hear about. They want to label us as flat earthers. Well, we're not. But we do live in reality, and we do things in reality. We don't just sit in discords all day, although most of us do. I do. But we take all of the Discord stuff with us out there. We're doing it all live. I consider myself as being on a journey to find the proof for something I already knew. I already knew it, but I didn't have a proof for the statement. Now, why would you ever have a proof for a statement that seems like a self-evident truth? And being able to find a proof for a self-evident truth gives you the ability to know that there are some things that you can know for certain. You can have proofs for these things, no matter how self-evident they are. That's a discovery of logic, a process that you can derive truths from. Now, this arena has given me that. I've got that. That's mine. Now, I can't hand that to anybody else. I can't force it on anybody else. Or I can't do anything with it. It's mine. Now, I can have conversations with people. But if all people do is misrepresent, if they manipulate what they hear me saying into something that I didn't say, and blatantly lie, misrepresent, swap things around that you say, well, that's what happens. The sophistry within this arena has got so ridiculous that people will tell you that you don't know what a square is, don't know what a straight line is, don't know what a circle is. They'll make you want to second guess the basic foundations of knowledge, how you gain knowledge, all of the stuff you learnt at school. They'll say, did you not go to school? Did you not go to school and know that a straight line can become a circle? And you'll say, no, I didn't know that. And if you don't really understand the foundations of mathematics, you might begin to believe somebody who says such ridiculous things. Maybe because you've been accustomed to some argument that's led you down this path that's developed contradictions, but these contradictions have been kept separate. And you're not allowed to explore these contradictions because there are people out there who will openly slander you. They'll lie about anything you say. If you open your mouth in some of these arenas, you'll be muted and then lied about. We've got the proof. We've got the examples. We've got all of that sort of stuff. But I'm not too sure people want to hear it. I think most of the people within this arena are fictional. There aren't too many people, which sounds really strange, right? I don't know how many people are watching, but how many people are on the internet? And how many people in this arena are interested within an argument? How many people are developing proofs so that they can know something about what it is that they're talking about? Or how many people have already been convinced that they can't know? Somebody was telling me today that we had to do an experiment to check whether Euclidean geometry applies to reality. Imagine that. Somebody on a Discord server trying geometric sophistry to say that you don't know whether Euclidean geometry applies to reality or not. And you've got to do an experiment to work it out. Literally did. It got told me that today.
Yeah, that guy, interestingly enough, the guy who did tell you that, he also said that when he was talking about non-Euclidean geometry, spherical geometry, he said that he didn't learn this stuff until he went to university. When he was at high school, he just learned the standard geometry. He learned about Euclid, or at least the basics of Euclid, even if he was like Flat Earth Charles, who never heard of Euclid, but knew that what a straight line was and parallels. It was interesting because he said that. He said that, up till middle high school, he didn't know anything about spherical geometry. It was something that he was taught when he went to university, which was like, forget that, forget what you heard before. This is something else. And if you don't go to there, if you don't hear that ever, well, even if you do, if you don't hear, if you don't absorb the geometry in the first place, then you just will take what you hear as fact. It's kind of interesting he said that to you.
Yeah.
I'm also thinking about the what you're saying about things that finding proofs to the things that you know. And I feel that when I know something, I may read something or hear something, there's something in me that tells me it's right, that I know it. And I realized that I did know this stuff. It was just something that confirmed it, something that almost opened the door of it or unlocked something. We do know what we know, but we don't know it until we know it somehow. I'm interested that we already know the truth. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to recognize it. We'd never recognize the truth if we didn't know it. That's how it feels to me, anyway.
Yeah, that's what I think. What I'm give thanks for is finding the ability to prove that which I already knew. Right? I knew it to be true, but now I can prove it to be true. There's a slight difference, but there's not much. There's not much difference between the two, because the fact still remains that it was a truth anyway, without me knowing that. But I have proofs to be able to back up these statements now. You can't just say, well, it is. You have an ability to express that, why it is.
Yeah, I mean, in this geometric self-revelation, something that comes to you through hearing about geometry and Euclid and these kind of things, that area of the knowing that you know inside of you, those proofs, I think, are a massive leap somehow. It's just something that I've noticed and been aware of in this past, just really the past couple of weeks. When you hear the argument, hear how succinct it is, how logical it is, and it makes everything else much more clearer. Yes, having the proofs is an incredible thing, really, to have to prove what you know. And as you're talking about these people who are sophists, it actually makes it very clear what they're doing. When you have those facts, when you have the proofs, you can see very clearly where that's been changed and twisted and attempted to be set up as something to confuse people. You see it in action. It's really fascinating to see that happen and seeing people get on their egotistical pedestal thinking they've won some kind of battle. Yeah, but until they meet somebody who understands that, understands what they're doing, and actually has the facts that can't be falsified, then they get lost. So that's very interesting.
Yeah, well, like what I've been trying to do, I've been trying to talk, and I think one of the days, maybe earlier on, we may have made a few connections with people, but I think it was quickly turned by the people that were there by distraction or whatever methods there were. But there were definite moments where I hope we tried to put across some sort of proofs. We've got proofs. I can get on the whiteboard and go over these things. But these guys have learned. They've learned to not let us because it's so obvious that this is how you prove it. There are geometric methods that you can follow through within reality to derive at proofs within reality, practical geometry. That's definitely a thing because we live in Euclidean space. Euclidean geometry is the geometry of proof giving. So you apply the two together, you can apply your geometric proofs to reality, do practical reasoning just like you've done within the geometry, within reality, and then, hey presto, you have a geometric proof within reality. Now, there's a certain group of people that say, no. Well, they don't necessarily say no. They just don't want to hear that. They would never allow these conversations to occur in these other rooms. There's only one place that you can ever get to hear any of this sort of stuff, and that's here. Because it'll get shut down everywhere else. And the weird thing is, we'll never get shut down for misinformation. Because this is the truth. This is what happens. I can back it all up with video after video. Thousands of hours of conversations. Can sort of predict how it's going to go now. Nearly every conversation. And we don't just have conversations with the model afflicted. We have conversations with everyday people. But as Michael Kahn showed us, right, you don't put those conversations with everyday people onto YouTube. Because people will misrepresent them. It's just normal people. People within this arena put themselves up on a pedestal, and I'll admit I do the same to me, right? I'm there for that. That's why I've put myself here, so people can see what happens when somebody like a normie that doesn't really know anything about this arena, because nobody does. Nobody knows anything about anything within this arena because these models are not that models. They don't exist. So anybody can make them up and anybody can represent them because they're not real. But reality is real, and that's what we talk about here. So I'm the person that you can point at and say, that's what happens if you attempt to talk about reality within this arena. But the thing is, this arena is everywhere. This is just communicating with people about reality. There's nowhere where this particular conversation that we have doesn't fit. It's just highlighted tremendously within this arena. And this arena is ridiculous. You've got violent criminals being praised and lauded up, becoming figureheads of globe communities, actively fighting this other group of people that they're already bigoted towards. Just a label to them people. Anybody that disagrees with what they delusions are, they'll label them the other side. Who's the weirdo in the chat? What's that? Is that a chat bot? Seem to be. Yes, Yata. You seem to be in the wrong chat.
Good afternoon.
I don't know what that is. You seem like you might be better off in one of these other channels. Seem to be like a prophet of doom. I guess this sort of modern life affects everybody in different ways. Sorry, who was that? Go on. I didn't interrupt someone.
Yeah, I was just losing it. I was just thinking, it's just about what you were saying earlier. You know, we want it to seem like, you know, I got some kind of back door into something, because I've only been observing, you know, listen. Because like Em said, you know, she can't speak or chat on those channels, and neither can I. It was just from listening, just listening to the argument, how it's laid out. You learn so much, and many things that I've, you know, learned only in the last couple of weeks, really. You know, so I would encourage people to, you know, to listen to the argument, try and work it out, and see what it brings you, really, because it's like Bev says, it goes further than this. It goes into your life, and you know, I recognise that. It reminds me of those things that, you know, I already am aware of in myself. But you know, this is yeah, it's a real gift. It's been a real gift to me, anyway. So you know, I really want to say thanks to Bev for, you know, being a mentor. Really, I know you wouldn't want to, you know, have that as an egotistical thing at all, and you'd never wear it like that, you know. But it's certainly, you know, somebody who I've learned a lot from already in a very short period. You know, I'm really thankful for that. You know, I just want to say that.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Buster once said that, you know, he has somebody once said to him, who taught you to think? Right. Well, I don't think anybody can ever teach you to think, but people can, like you say, they can mentor you, they can aid you by asking you challenging questions. Now, they could come from anywhere. I'm thankful for Fight the Flat Earth for bringing non-Euclidean geometry that gave me a way to, well, falsify it, really. And that's all it takes sometimes, is someone who to, you know, ask you a question that you've never explored before, put you into a place within your mind where new connections might be made. Because those connections are wonderful, really. Wonder. I like that's one of the best words. Wonder. Because that's where it all starts. It starts with wonder. And by telling people that everything's been done, the shadow giants have already done it, you are taking that wonder away for people to explore for themselves. If anybody does want to come in and
just had a quick question.
Sorry, go on. Go, Rob.
I just had a quick question about Hillsdale College. I started the registration, but when are we starting the course?
I don't know. We were having that discussion, but because it's been Thanksgiving, not many people have been around, so we haven't really had a chance to have that conversation about which day would be best or whatever. But
well,
I mean,
we should also we should also let people know that it's a free course, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's really informative, and we've already all gone through it once. I just didn't really register. I'm going to register this time and actually go through the course.
Yeah, you can sit the final exam then, can't you? And you can
Yeah,
say
yeah, yeah.
that you have
And get
actually
some sort of,
done
yeah,
a philosophy course at a university.
yeah. Perfect.
Yeah.
And it's nice that we all get to do it together. It's pretty cool. So
Yeah.
I started the registration yesterday, but I didn't want to finalize it until I knew when we were starting.
Well, just go through it now and sign up for that. Find the one that you want.
Yeah,
you
introduction.
can go through it. I think I watched all of the videos 3 or 4 times.
Oh, just prior to, yeah, okay. All right, well, I'll probably just register after work then and get started. And then I'll be up to date.
Yeah. Please
All right,
do.
everybody in the chat there, check it out. Hillsdale College, it's a free course. They have actually lots of courses.
Yeah, I'll, let me find the link. One of my many tabs. Oh, I don't know where it is. How far back? Oh, there you go. Introduction to Western philosophy. Copy. You want to get that? Chuck it in the Discord. Can we get one of the mods? Let's grab that from thing. We will be going over this course, and I would say to anybody, this is a free course, as Rob says, a university which is, I think it's well worth it. It's some people might not like the idea of, I think it's a Christian college, is it? It's well, it's a free college, free course, and the lecturer, it says 14 half-hour lectures-ish that you have to sit through and answer some questions at the end of each one. Maybe some talking points to go over for further discussion.
If you pay attention, the questions are real easy.
And you can do them again. The only one that you can't is the final one. Final exams. There's no pressure. It's not like you're sitting it from a. It's good. So you should get along with that, even if you don't get along with us. And you don't want to come and do it with us. Please do visit Hillsdale College. Thank you very much, Askin.
An idea in my mind. I like that guy.
Professor
that teacher
Nathan.
is pretty good.
Yeah. The real professor. Yeah, so please get involved. Come and get in. Come to the conversations that we have. Perhaps you might see some of us out there when we go out of a morning. People go out and have conversations with other people all the time. Some people like to hear what people are saying. I heard Nathan Oakley say today he's unsubscribed from Rachie. Well, I would say at least know what they're saying, these people within this arena, because they're putting their voices out there.
Yeah, the weird thing is I'm subscribed to all 3 of you. The infighting is crazy.
It's ridiculous. People are, the idea should be for people to gain knowledge. You don't do that from stopping conversations. You don't do that by telling people not to listen to things, because you'll never get the full picture if you don't listen to all sides of whatever's going on. You're shielding yourself. You end up being fooled by the person that's telling you not to listen to these things. There can't be much worse than being manipulated by a flat earther. A dishonest flat earther who's trying to purposely get you to his position whilst he's telling you never to listen to anybody else. Something wrong there. And if people can't see that, then perhaps they've already been hoodwinked. Perhaps they've already been initiated into the little cult that they've got. Yes, please go to the college, university. I call it a university. It's much better than a college. Colleges are, I don't know. University sounds better. Has anybody got any other warnings for people wanting to join this strange arena? Because if you want to come and learn arguments, then be prepared to not be liked by the flat earthers and the globe earthers. Flat earthers will call you dishonest, and the globe earthers will call you a flat earther, because it's much better than dealing with the argument. Flat earthers can't deal with the argument. That's why they'll just say that you're a liar. And the globe earthers, the dogmatic globe earthers, can't take the argument, so they call you flat earthers so that they can dismiss what you're saying. Leaves you in a really strange position when you know something about reality and you want to prove something about reality to this group of people, and they say you're not allowed in this discussion because you're not talking about the shape of the earth. And you say, well, we're just talking about reality. And they say, well, you're not wanted round here. That sort of stuff is boring. We don't want to know how you gain proofs. And it's coming. It's going to be a lot more difficult for this group of people. Both groups of people. Same team, I think. Because where do we go? How do we stop talking about reality? We're not going to go away. Just because they can't admit that the Earth's not flat doesn't mean we're not going to carry on saying it. And that's why I find so strange about all of this. Wouldn't it just be better to rebut the conversation? And then we can continue the conversation instead of just shutting it down.
Well, I was just going to say the analogy that we're all on a boat and you don't want to make holes in the boat because then we all sink. That's what a lot of them are. I'm trying to figure out how to explain it. There's people that just don't want to say nothing because they don't want to make holes in the boat. And we're all on the same boat.
Don't rock the boat.
No, don't poke holes in the boat because then the boat will sink.
Yeah, you tip the boat over. If you rock the boat too much. But doesn't that show that it's not sturdy?
Yeah, I got a life jacket on. I'll be all right.
Yeah. I'm not poking holes in the boat. Just pointing them out. And look, look at that massive big hole that you've got there.
There's a hole over there. We should do something about
And they're
that.
like, no, get this guy out. Get him out of here. They know what they're doing. They've been doing it for years. We've been trying to point it out for years. But the way this works is you do not point things out to these people. They've been purposely pulling the wool over everyone's eyes. As a team. Teamwork.
To be fair, so has the globe.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Teamwork.
Yeah. Yeah.
Flat earthers need the globe and the globe earthers need the flat earth. Same thing. They're both talking about each other's models and none of them want to talk about reality. That's strange. Why nobody wants to talk about certain issues. They'd rather try and distract with other things. And it's I'm saying it's getting old, but I mean it's not, because you can say this many times. You can say, I don't think it can get worse than this, and they don't surprise you. They will literally make it stranger. There is no argument to the point that they're having to show their contradictions. They're having to literally show you how contradictory they are, and their nonsense is now beginning to be accepted as part of the narrative. It has to be nonsense. Their model is made upon nonsense. So the more nonsense they speak, the more people believe in their model. And then when people come along with proofs, geometric proofs within reality, they point at that and say, I don't understand that. That's boring. It's nothing as interesting as our nonsense that has no meaning. Imagine having no proof, yet telling people that do have proof that they don't, with nothing to back it up with other than pure sophistry. And you might get an idea on what it's like talking to this group of model afflicted people. Say this group. Seems to be loads of them. Freestyling. Imaginometry. This internet has given the chance for people to become these sophists in areas that you might not have thought of. I mean, let's imagine there's a room on Discord somewhere, special guest room on a different server with thousands of people on this server, and you open this room up and there are some people who oppose you, who just sit in your chat talking to people that want to come in and discuss with you something. But you allow these other people to distract people, to question them, ask them what they're doing there, ask them where the proof is. Why would that occur? Why would people allow somebody to do that sort of thing? Can you imagine having a globe earth channel? Let's say Fight the Flat Earth sets up a Discord, right? And then you go in there to talk to Fight the Flat Earth, and Nathan Oakley sat there in the chat. Nathan Oakley just starts questioning you. But you're wanting to talk to Fight the Flat Earth. But Nathan Oakley keeps barraging you with questions about things. And Fight the Flat Earth's there in the room. And you want to talk to him. But he doesn't bother stopping Nathan Oakley from having a go at you and asking you why you want to be here and why you're asking people these questions. Imagine that happening. Well, do the reverse and call it 24/7 in the politics server. Because that's what's going on. Controlled opposition when you're going in there for a conversation. I went in there to talk to the flat earthers because the flat earthers are the ones that interest me at the moment. Not the globe, not the dogmatic globe earthers. They're vocal enough. Fight the Flat Earth has made his case. There's other people that want to convince you that pi isn't pi, and squares maybe have an extra side, or maybe a side less. Maybe it only has 3 sides, a square. I mean, who knows? Because these people are pure sophists. I don't want to talk to people like that. I want to talk to the flat earthers. I want to discover why they've been fooled by QE's fallacious modus tollens. I want to know why they've been fooled and they go along with Nathan Oakley thinking XYZ is a plane. Why Nathan Oakley thinks the mountains are measured flat. That's, you know, what the flat earthers think of these figureheads of the community. They don't want to talk about it. They don't want to talk about who are their leaders within these communities. Who's the highest ranked? Who's got the top qualification? Where you get these qualifications from? Where's the globe qualification? Where's the flat earth qualification? Who hands them out? Where's the university where you learn these things? Truth is, there isn't any. Just a weird little corner of the internet where people don't want to talk about reality.
I thought Mark Sargent was the freshman recruiter.
I've never talked to Mark Sargent. I don't even know where he is, what he's doing.
Well, I talked to him once, or maybe twice. Called his show one time, like probably 4 years ago. It was his birthday, so I called in and wished him a happy birthday.
You're a good man, Rob. You're a good man. Yeah, where are they? Like, how often?
Well, thank you. I do my best.
How often can you talk to these people? Because I'm keen on talking to everyone. I really want to be able to communicate more effectively, and I think the only way you are able to do that is to actually converse with people. See how well you do. It's a strange place, strange world we're in. Modern times have led to affected.
Isn't that weird? That's the weirdest thing. That's the name of Mark Sargent's show.
What?
Strange World. Strange World. It's the name of Mark Sargent's show on YouTube.
Yeah, I've never seen that. Does he still do it?
Yeah, every Tuesday. But it's like 6 or 7 p.m. my time. So it'd be like the 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning for you, I think.
See, I'd be interested in talking to those people to work out, you know, where the model comes from. whether they'd be interested in somebody who doesn't have a model, and how different it is having that discussion, where the model comes from, why it always seems to be such a tough thing to falsify for people or even prove. Mainly it's a warning, this show. This arena is a horrible, vile, toxic place. More than just the names that you'll get called or whatever, but more than that, it will play with your mind. The people that we've been listening to just recently, if you're not prepared, these people will take you on a bad trip without any drugs. They'll mess your mind up to be just like theirs, if they can. And they'll consider that a win. You want to know what happens to people when they come up against a geometric argument? The reason why they want to shut it down? It's because you can't resolve certain things mathematically. There is no way to come to a solution if that solution has to be false, because you can only derive a truth through mathematics.
Yeah, it's like if something's defined, you can't redefine it to suit your own narrative.
Yes, you can. In modern day time, you can. But that will end you up with these consequences that you have contradictions. You will be building contradictions into your argument. And that's what we specialize in. We specialize in finding those contradictions, which then backtrack to find out why the contradiction was there. Because there's no such thing as a true contradiction. They're all puzzles for you to find out. Contradictions aren't real. They're not possible in reality. So it shows that your formulation of your argument has been fallacious. And you best go back and fix it. Find out where the problem is. And the problem for most of these people, modern day time, is you've lost the identity of the subject. You define it as something differently. Define it differently than the person you're communicating with. And if you can't agree on the terms that you're going to start your conversation with, then you're both speaking about different things. Does anybody want to come in and have a free-for-all Friday? It's got to be somebody who wants to come in and have a conversation. Honest conversation about the arena. Let's have some experiences of what people have had to deal with. Or we're going to pretend it's dead nice. That when you come in here, everybody's going to be your friend. And you'll find yourself in a big team of people. It doesn't happen like that. Well, I say, come into On the Level Discord. Please do. Should be the first port of call, I think. Although, we're at the end of... we're in a dark corner of a weird fringe of the internet here. It takes a while before people find and discover this place.
Well, yeah, because both sides
almost
hate
feel
us.
dirty sharing this stream to other people. How did you get here? What's he talking about? AJ did for me. Got showered with gifts. People want you part of this arena so that they can, I don't know, especially the vocal people, the people that are around here. They want you to be part of this arena because it's dying. Look at the people who are in it. The people who are left in it. Both sides. Troubled people. Full-time sophists. Liars, cheaters, scammers. Content thievery. Public slandering. They'll do anything in this arena. They'll call it drama. They'll call it drama if you copyright strike them for any of this. If you call them out for it, they'll say it's you that's affected by it. They'll say it's you, the one that has the problem, not them. They don't need to justify anything that they do.
Hello, Bev.
Oh, it's Charles. Are you representing a particular side, Charles, or are you coming in as an individual?
You were mentioning liars, cheaters, and thieves.
Good afternoon, Charles.
Yes.
That would be my entry.
Yes, I was particularly talking about Michael Kahn, Flatzoid, Nathan Oakley, Fight the Flat Earth, Rumpus.
Yeah, the thing that's interesting about this arena is that it does seem to draw people with very, strong personalities who seem like maybe they've got some like bigger issues, and this is just a venue for them to kind of work out some of their issues.
Yeah, this arena's a very strange place. And we always give people a chance to vocalise whatever they're going on about. Now, on Sunday, Fight the Flat Earth is going to be representing, obviously, the Flat Earth fighting side. And Caleb, KCD Industries, is going to be representing the Flat Earthers. I asked the Flat Earthers this morning whether they were okay with that, and they don't seem to want to talk about the people that are representing their side of this debate. What do you think about the representation of the Flat Earth fighting team representation?
Well,
are you happy with Fight the Flat Earth?
Yeah, he's extremely knowledgeble. I will definitely give him that. He's very, very knowledgeable. I choose to take a different approach, but I definitely will, tip my hat to his knowledge.
Do you agree with him when he says he considers it child abuse?
Yeah, I'm not going to go there.
No.
And also, calling people names, like he kept calling you Beverly, so it's like I just choose not to take that approach. But what I will say is that the representation, people are only representing themselves, because there's no voting, there's no, like electing our representatives, like, most governments in the world, you elect representatives, and whether or not they work on your behalf is another story. But since there was never any voting, that anybody is only representing themselves.
Yeah, but there's no globe subject. There's no flat earth subject, is there? Like in schools, colleges, like, when you're doing your teaching, do any of the students go to a flat earth class or a globe class? Do you either do flat earth or globe earth training? You know, at school.
No, but I mean, everybody's obviously taught, you know, from kindergarten on that the Earth is a globe. It's not, you know, a separate subject.
From
you know,
kindergarten.
It's folded into
Interesting
physical
you say
science.
that.
I'm sorry?
It's interesting you say from kindergarten.
Well, I mean, the earliest, you know, like literally if you walk into a kindergarten classroom, chances are you'll see either a poster or maybe even a globe on the teacher's desk or on a shelf. You know, it'll probably be somewhere in the room.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's probably where, you know, where it starts, or maybe even in preschool.
And that's what
but that's
we're
folded
saying.
into physical science.
That's what's different about me, Charles. I don't have that model from kindergarten.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
I don't have it. I only I lost all of that and appeared at 7 years old with no model, just with that logical reasoning ability. So I don't have a model to look back on, like you say, with the kindergarten.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure when it's actually taught. You know, obviously it's a part of, you know, Earth and space science, or you know, so I'm not really sure when it comes up. But I mean, you know, it's part of the cultural, like, you know, Universal Studios. I mean, the globe is in their logo, so it's like people see it, you know, on a daily basis.
Mm-hmm.
And I know some people call that indoctrination, but, you know, I can call it reality. But you know, but there's no class. There's no globe class, you know?
No, that's because there's no proof. There's no argument even.
No, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. So the thing is, you know,
and there is no dish
putting
that you can serve up for us to eat, Charles.
Well, the thing is, you know, if somebody has this crazy idea of putting a steam engine on a boat, and everyone's like, no, that's ridiculous. The only thing you could do with a boat is you could put sails on it, or you could put oars, but you can't put a steam engine on a boat. And then there's this guy named Fulton, and he's like, I'm going to make a steamship, and everyone laughs at him. Well, at some point, you know, he's either going to be proven right or wrong, and he was proven right. He did put a steam engine on a boat. It did work. It was a lot of trial and error. Everyone laughed at him before he was successful, but then once he was successful, people can't keep saying you can't put a steam engine on a boat. Like that ship has sailed, so to speak. And the thing about the globe is, like, you know, as soon as you put, you know, craft up in orbit,
you mean
that
dogmatic
globe,
globe,
that kind of solves the issue, you know?
You don't mean like a real globe. You mean dogmatic globe.
No, I'm talking about the shape of the Earth, the spheroidal shape of the Earth.
Yeah, we're saying about the real globe. The real globe incorporates the proofs within reality, and the dogmatic globe is the one that doesn't, the one that denies these proofs within reality. That's the dogmatic globe. The difference between the two.
So for starters, there's no such thing as a dogmatic globe.
Yeah, there is.
And secondly, is whenever you say proofs within reality, I'm not really sure that you understand that those are not actually proofs within reality. Those are proofs in geometry, not reality. You know, like, for example,
are you saying you can't do practical geometry in reality? Are you saying it's not possible?
You can, but
well, then that's where the proofs would be.
Oftentimes what I see you doing, Bev, is measuring things and saying that the difference is zero. It appears to be zero.
What have you seen me measuring, Charles?
For example, on your whiteboard, you have a plumb bob on the left, and you got a plumb bob on the right. And I don't know how big your whiteboard is. It appears to be about 6 foot. You know, standard whiteboards are, you know, 4 feet, 6 feet. And so the plumb bob on the left appears to be parallel to the plumb bob on the right. And that doesn't say that doesn't mean it is parallel. It just means it appears to be parallel. And so that's not a proof within reality, because you could be within the error tolerance of your measuring device. You know, how
well,
are you
could we say then, Charles? Could we say that they are both perpendicular to the horizontal then?
They indistinguishably so.
Okay, yeah,
all
because
right?
Vertical and horizontal are perpendicular, right? And saying that they're not
horizontal is perpendicular
would sound ridiculous, wouldn't it? Like nobody'd say that vertical isn't perpendicular to horizontal, especially when talking about plumb bobs at 6 foot apart on a whiteboard.
Right. But the thing is, you have to acknowledge that there are a significant number of people, me included, who say the Earth is a spheroid, which means that with great distance, horizontal is going to be changing orientation. Vertical is going to change orientation
Sorry.
with great distance.
Charles, sorry. Did you just say horizontal changes orientation?
Yes.
Can you please
the horizontal in
explain?
London is not the same as
like,
horizontal
is the horizontal changing orientation to vertical? Like, because that's another orientation.
No, horizontal
right?
Horizontal is perpendicular, vertical, full stop.
Right. Well, what's it changing to then, Charles? Charles, just a minute. You claim to be a maths teacher.
Yes.
Okay. Right now, logically, if for something to change means it becomes something different than what it originally was.
You could play word games all you like.
I'm not playing word games. This is just understanding what change means. Right? Something different. So if it changes from horizontal, what does it change into?
Well, it changes into another person's horizontal.
So horizontal?
With great distance.
Sorry that I am interfering, but we are talking about straight line. So horizontal is straight line, and it cannot become another person's horizontal. Or you are assuming curving.
It cannot become another person's horizontal.
What he means is just another person is over there. It's like a shared straight line segment of the horizontal. But that's not really changing.
No, not a shared straight line segment. So,
well, it is a straight line. Horizontal, wait a minute, Charles. Horizontal is a straight line or plane. Then when it changes, what does it change into?
No, all I'm saying is if you travel someplace else, it is no longer horizontal at that far distant location.
So horizontal changes to not horizontal
away.
Is that what you're saying?
Say it again.
Are you saying horizontal changes to not horizontal?
Well, horizontal defined at location B is not horizontal at location A.
Well, AB would be the horizontal line, right?
Well, all right. You define horizontal as perpendicular to plumb. So that's only 1 point.
Define horizontal as a line or plane.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
But what I'm saying is that, just acknowledging that there are many people who say the Earth is a globe, the Earth is a sphere, me being one of them, that if you go a great distance, by definition, your horizontal is no longer horizontal at A is not the same as horizontal at B. That's 69 miles away or 60 nautical miles.
AB would be the horizontal, wouldn't it? Like that would be. Would that
A
not be the start point and end point of the horizontal?
No.
Can we imagine point A and point B as being the start point and end point of the horizontal?
No,
we can't even imagine A and B as being the start point and end point of a horizontal.
So instead, why don't
I don't need to imagine it. I can actually supply that. But you say we're not even allowed to consider it as an imaginary horizontal plane. Wow. Is that your little cult that's telling us that we're not allowed to imagine that sort of stuff in reality?
So horizontal is defined as perpendicular to plumb. That's 1 point. That's one intersection.
Horizontal is defined as being parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Yeah, that's a very impractical definition. That's a correct definition.
But it's a definition
one because you can never reach the horizon. Have you ever reached the horizon?
It's parallel to, right? Do you not understand what parallel to means?
Yes, but have you ever reached the horizon?
No, the horizon's an apparent location, Charles. You can't reach it.
The answer is no. No one has. in the history of
Yes.
the world. No one has
But
ever reached the
all,
horizon.
Charles, all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, whether you've been there or
Right.
not.
So
Or
you're
whether some
referring.
ridiculous flat earther makes some ridiculous thing about measuring a distance to it, right? It matters not. All horizontals are still parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Which is completely impractical. I hope you understand.
It's impractical.
That there's no practicality to that definition.
There's no practicality
Zero
to
practicality.
having a way to derive the horizon being horizontal and
But you
all
can't do anything
horizontals
with the
being
horizon.
parallel
You can't
to
reach
one
it,
another.
You can't measure it. So making a definition, making your most important definition reliant upon something that you cannot ever actually reach, something that is a visual phenomenon.
You can definitely
it is
prove that
an
horizontals are
impractical
parallel,
definition.
Charles. Can't you?
Defined by one plumb, sure. All
No, just
horizontals
defined by
one
all
plumb are parallel.
horizontals being parallel to one another.
No,
that's
that's
provable.
not correct.
Well, can you ever find one that isn't?
False. Oh my goodness! So if you take a look at the little if you scroll back up in the one I posted 4:59 p.m. at least 4:59 p.m. my time, I guess it would be I don't know what the time is your time, but anyway, context is key. So you establish a plumb, that's step one, and then you establish a horizontal that's perpendicular to that. And what you cannot do on the globe is you cannot establish a new
line Charles.
Perpendicular
you can't
to
do it on the
the
dogmatic globe. You can do it on the real globe, right? You can
can't.
You go out there and you establish a horizontal, and you can be guaranteed that any other horizontal that you establish will be parallel to the first horizontal that you established. Guarantee that.
That's not correct. That's not correct.
What do you mean it's not correct? You can't guarantee horizontals being parallel, Charles.
With great distance, horizontals are at different angles to each other because verticals, plumbs diverge.
At different angles to each other?
Yeah.
Horizontals.
Did you see the little animated
They're parallel. What's the different angle for horizontals?
Take a look at the little animation. It's called Context is Key. I just posted a few minutes ago.
Yeah, go on. Tell us what's the difference between parallels, right? What's the angle? Have you measured a horizontal angle being different than parallel? What's the angle for parallels?
All right, so
what's the angle that you've never measured between horizontals, Charles?
So all horizontals are parallel measured from a single plumb. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Horizontal is defined as perpendicular to plumb. So if you hang a plumb bob, you can make an infinite number of horizontals, all parallel, and all perpendicular.
What's the angle? What's the angle between those horizontals, Charles?
There is no angle because they're all parallel.
So what's the angle that you said that changes? What's the angle when it changes from the angle that can't be measured?
Away,
yeah.
If you go 69 miles away, your horizontal will be 1 degree offset from the original location's horizontal.
Wow. Right? Is that 1 degree from the angle that can't be measured?
Isn't that like the horizon at the horizon that you can't go to? You can't reach. It's impractical. Isn't that place 69 miles away also like that? Where is that? It's an imagined place, isn't it? Go 69 miles away and measure it for me. Can you go 69 miles away and measure it? And tell me what that is?
Isn't it a 69-mile horizontal? And you measure the angle at each end of that 69 miles, like A and B, that you said we couldn't have earlier, Charles. Do you not come up with problems when that, right? Because that 69 miles is at the same elevation. I call that horizontal because there's no slope. Neither higher nor lower, 69 miles apart. And 69 miles would be a straight line distance, surely. Can you not remember this? I'm pretty sure we went over this, Charles. I think you were driving in your car one day when we were talking about this the first time.
Yeah, well, but the problem is you're making a huge assumption that the Earth is taking its clues from graph paper. where
The
all
Earth's not
verticals are
taking any
parallel and
clues
all
from
horizontals are
anything.
parallel. The
No,
Earth
we're
does not
just
take
telling
its cues
you
from
that
graph
all
paper.
horizontals are parallel. You're the one that's saying
But
you're imagining the
you're saying
angle
it dogmatically.
changes.
You're saying it dogmatically. You're saying it just because.
No,
And that
you're
is true on
saying
graph
the
paper,
angle changes from the angle that can't be measured to something else.
So
where's the angle that
you
can be measured between horizontals,
So
Charles?
first off, you're confusing the issue by repeatedly talking about an angle that can't be measured. What is this angle that can't be measured?
You said it, Charles.
You said, yeah, you just said
You
it.
said
You
it.
said it's 69 miles away.
So no, but what I said was that you were saying, what's the angle between two parallel lines? That there is no
I said
angle.
between
so you
two
would not measure
parallel
an
horizontals, Charles. Listen.
Yes. If you hang a plumb bob, you can have as many horizontals perpendicular to that plumb bob as you like. They are all parallel.
And you said, Charles, we can
no
go back over it.
deviation.
You said the angle changes over distance, right? Now we know that there is no angle, Charles, when they are horizontal, right? So you cannot measure the angle in one position. That's where you are with your vertical, right? Now you're saying that changes, right? So that means, Charles, with the understanding that it changes from an angle that cannot be measured because there is no angle to an angle that can be measured between horizontals. Where is that?
So I'm gonna protest every time you say there's an angle that can't be measured. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Angle between
I've never said there's an angle that can't be measured.
Angle between horizontal, equipotential angle of adjustment.
So it all depends on where you're defining your horizontal. Are you defining several horizontals from one plumb? Then they're all parallel. Okay? But if you're defining a horizontal at one location and then you go 69 miles away and you define a horizontal at another location, well, then those horizontals will be 1 degree offset.
So there's an angle of 1 degree, 69 miles away.
Well, it's the horizontal angle that it makes with another horizontal 69 miles away.
Equipotential angle of adjustment.
You can call it whatever you like.
Relation to this horizontal at this
Hey, Charles, but you said that Beth is making assumption, but now you are making assumption.
Well,
and you
no, I'm not making an assumption because we know the Earth is a sphere.
Yes,
it's been measured to be a sphere for 2,000 years.
Yes, so
it's an assumption to say that the Earth takes its clues from graph paper, where all horizontals are parallel.
No.
With
Your
all other
assumption
horizontals
is
and all
that
verticals are parallel.
Okay, Charles, but your assumption is that Earth is a sphere. This is your assumption.
No, it's not an assumption. It's been measured for 2,000 years.
It is. How can you prove that Earth is a sphere?
Because we have 10,000 objects in orbit around it.
So another
it's
assumption.
Kind of difficult.
Another
it's
assumption.
kind of difficult to have any kind of a space program.
You don't even know what an orbit is, sir.
Oh my goodness.
Charles.
Thank you for telling me what I do and do not know.
Charles, I asked
you. That tells me I'm on the right side because I would never say that about you.
All right, Charles. What is an orbit, and can you demonstrate an orbit?
No, I cannot demonstrate an orbit because I would need a spacecraft.
Then you got words. Then all you got is words. Thanks, Charles.
Charles,
no problem,
Charles, can you not hear Special Agent speaking to you?
Well, he speaks very softly, and usually when he's talking, he's being over
turn the volume
up?
Yeah,
I'd be happy to have a conversation with Special Agent.
Well, I asked you. Yeah, sorry, go on.
No, I was just going to say I can hear him fine. So I don't know.
It's just that usually when he's talking, someone else is talking over top of him.
Yeah, it was you and Rob
Charles.
Yeah, so.
Well, I asked you. I don't know if you remember a couple of times you were here ago and you ran off because you got to go to take your children somewhere. Just right here in this position. I told you I was confused before, right? And so I've listened to Bev, and I've listened to, him describing Euclid and the geometry that's derived by Euclid. And it makes perfect sense. I listen to that. And in this arena, you have to be really careful about who you listen to, who you believe, and which direction you go. And so, all right, I'm here and I've got to this stage where I'm listening to this geometric argument. And then you come along and you're proposing something else. And I asked you before, well, Bev can say Euclid has this at the elements and postulates and definitions and axioms. And I asked you what yours were. And I never hear any. So how, if you're telling me the truth, I have to make a decision about whether Bev's lying to me or he's got imperfect truth. And you're telling me the truth, or vice versa. And I don't hear from you something that convinces me of what you're saying. And I expected that you, as an educated man, the teacher, would be able to tell me that. And it seems like tonight I was listening and I'm thinking, well, I remember you said, well, you learned about straight lines and horizontals and parallels when you were at school. But the teacher never mentioned Euclid. And at another time, you said that spherical geometry isn't taught to children or to people until they get to maybe university level. And so at some point, you must have had this question in yourself, and they taught you for years geometry based on Euclid, even though you didn't know it was him. And then they told you, no, forget about that. There's something else. Did you never have these questions? So, yeah, what I'm asking is something from you, some postulate, some proof that's I can balance against Euclid. And also whether you ever questioned this when it came to you having to be told, no, this is not what we've told you before.
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm sorry, a fan just came on. First of all, I believe that as far as I know with Euclid, that he's never been proven wrong. So if you go through the elements, if you go through all the postulates, whatever, my understanding is that is 100% consistent, valid, unprovably, I'm sorry, it's never been proven wrong. All right. So the thing about the Euclidean geometry, and when I was teaching geometry, and I literally have the textbooks that I was
is what
teaching.
they call that, Charles.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I still have the textbooks that I was teaching out of, and I've literally, I'm just curious. So like I open up this textbook and I look up Euclid, and the one geometry textbook, it literally doesn't even have Euclid in the index, and it's like a 600-page geometry textbook, but every single one of the principles is derived from Euclid's elements. Okay, so whether they were using the word Euclid or not, it's still basically based on the foundations. It starts with point, line, and plane, and then it goes from there. Now that I'm going to push back a little bit, and maybe it's a misunderstanding, is that when spherical geometry comes along, that doesn't disprove Euclid either. It is literally non-Euclidean. It is outside the realm of Euclidean geometry. So Euclidean geometry takes place, a huge portion of it takes place on the plane. So you're drawing triangles, you're drawing parallelograms, you're drawing circles.
You can't prove non-Euclidean geometry with Euclidean geometry, can you, Charles?
Let me finish, because it was a really good question. It was a very in-depth question, and I would like to continue this conversation. And so what I'm saying is that Euclid hasn't been proven wrong. And the beauty about Euclid, and the beauty about these building things up from first principles, is that they don't have a scale. So if you say in Euclid, I've got a square, and it's got 4 right angles and it's got 4 congruent sides, and let me measure the diagonals of this square. Oh, the diagonals are going to be congruent, and they're going to make 45-degree angles. Well,
scale's a ratio, Charles. It works through triangles, pi. That's what pi's are built upon, a ratio. Just making sure that people understand that while you're talking about scale and trying to perform a sophisticated magic trick, it's just a ratio, and the ratio is on proportions, which is governed by Euclidean geometry.
Special agents. What I was saying is that the beauty about Euclid, there are many beauties.
The point is that you have to discount some of that in order to go over to your idea of geometry.
No, I don't. And I think that's the misunderstanding.
The two straight
misunderstanding
lines
is that I'm discounting Euclid. No, Euclid is 100%
not enclose the space.
Right.
How do you do
right.
that?
Absolutely. So the thing is, there's some assumptions that are built into this arena, and the assumption is that the Earth is taking its cues from graph paper. And it's like, if you have a sheet of graph paper, you could do.
The Earth isn't taking its cues from anything. Who's making that assumption, Charles? Is that you?
So if you
we're not. Nobody here is making that assumption, Charles.
The point I was making about scale is the thing about Euclidean geometry is you could have this square, this four-sided figure with four right angles. And then you could, draw a bunch of conclusions. A square is a parallelogram. It's also a rhombus, and so everything that, all the conclusions that you could draw about rhombuses hold true.
Euclidean.
And they also hold true for parallelograms, et cetera, et cetera. But then you could scale it up to be a square having 10,000 miles on a side, and all the geometry still makes sense.
Would it stop being a square at any point, Charles?
You could scale it down to the size of a molecule, and all the geometry will still make sense. That's the beauty of Euclidean geometry.
Ever stop being a square? Sorry.
All right.
Go on.
So is this your construction, Charles, or you learned it somewhere?
I'm sorry, Special Agent. What'd you say?
Where did you get? I said, is this your construction that you're talking about now, or you got this from somewhere?
No,
I mean, I think what Bev's talking about, I can look in a book and see that. I wonder where that is. You say it's a truth, but where?
Okay.
Where does the truth come from? From where? Where can I? What elements of? What's the guy who? Is there something?
You'll find if you study. All right, are you done? Because I'm really trying to respond to you.
Charles, are you admitting that from what you said, I assume that you said that you can apply Euclid's geometry everywhere, because you said in molecular size or giant size, it will work the same. This is what you said.
Provided that square is a planar shape, because that's
part
of the definition of the square.
I'm talking.
So if it is a plane, then it doesn't matter if it's the size of a molecule or the size of a galaxy. You could still apply all the Euclidean principles, all the the theorems, etc.
Okay, but can you do that with spherical geometry also?
Yes, the principles that you can derive from, like you start with a sphere and you start drawing lines on the sphere, and then you can analyze the relationships between those lines drawn on a sphere. You could draw from first principles a set of axioms, and for example, two what do you call it? Two shortest paths. If you extend the shortest path, it will create a great circle, which is also the circumference of the sphere. I mean, like that's something you could come from first principles.
Yes. What's the definition for that? It's a definition for a straight line in Euclid. So what's the definition for this line on the sphere? What's the definition for that?
The technical term.
The Euclid definition. Because I heard you say it was a straight line. It's got the same name as the Euclidean straight line. You said that before.
Yes.
They're called the same thing, but they're not the same thing. And so
Well, it's the
I
shortest
understand
path.
the Euclidean is a straight line. The one you're talking about is curved. It's not straight. I read the definition
So
to you from Wiki, and I said that, and then you went. So Euclid says that, the shortest distance from A to B is a straight line. It's straight. It has no curve in it. But the line you're now talking about has a curve in it. It's not straight. So can you tell me what that is that defines that? In the same way that Euclid defines the straight line. What is that? Surely must have some postulate or definition. Over.
So
Come on, Charles.
The thing about words is that words can be used in different contexts. And so, for example, if I'm studying Euclid and I say the phrase straight line, everyone knows what a Euclidean straight line is.
Because it's defined.
But in the context of spherical geometry, everybody knows that a straight line is all technically known as a geodesic.
Where's the
definition? Excuse me, Charles.
It is an arc.
Excuse me, Charles.
Technically, it's an arc
Excuse
of
me,
a
Charles.
great circle.
Okay. I don't know anything about spherical geometry. That's what I'm asking you to explain.
Well, then you should learn. Okay.
Just the line. Just to stop at the line. Just the line. Yes, I know. But you just said, you can use words. And I've listened to some people in the past days who use words exactly like you're using them, that don't have any proof to them. It's just a way of convincing people that it's so. If you don't follow it, you can't follow it in your mind. Then
don't use the word straight line. Use the word geodesic, and only use the word geodesic.
But you're using the word straight line,
you just
Charles.
Said straight. You said straight line.
Geodesic is the shortest path between 2 points on the surface of a sphere.
And you call it a straight line.
So therefore,
if you don't
it
like
is
that
not
term,
a straight
we don't
line.
have to use it. All right.
Well,
okay, but
because that seems to cause a lot of problems. Is talking about
something.
It
is not a straight line.
You're a teacher. You created the problem.
No, I did not create the problem because I did not create either Euclidean
geometry.
You told me it was straight.
You told me it was straight. It was exactly the same as the other one. It was called the same.
Shortest
the
path.
Same name, but it wasn't, and we must consider it to be the same. Sorry?
Can you understand shortest path between 2 points? Does that make sense?
Yes, and for example, if we have a great circle, as you said, and we have half of this great circle, and this is the shortest distance between 2 points on a sphere, and I can draw vertical straight line.
No, not distance.
Wait, distance. Yeah, shortest distance between 2 points.
Vertical
well, is that a Euclidean distance or a spherical distance?
A vertical distance.
To be specific.
It is just distance.
About, yeah.
Okay. See, that's the problem. That is the problem right
it's
there.
It's a problem.
Is
vertical distances are not a problem, Charles. Not for us anyway.
What's the problem?
Are they a problem for you?
What's the problem is an insistence upon using vague terms when there are 2 terms at hand. There are, I asked Paper this literally just now. Are you talking about Euclidean distance or the spherical distance, meaning the path along the sphere? And he's like, I'm just talking about distance. So in other words, Paper, you are insisting upon using a vague, non-defined term that could possibly have 2 completely different definitions. And
you're insisting.
When clarity is asked for, you're insisting upon being vague.
That's Paper is trying to be specific. It's you who's being vague.
Okay, Charles, I will respond. I will respond.
Euclidean distance or spherical distance?
It is only one distance because
oh my goodness, you just said you were going to be specific, and then no, it's just distance.
Yes,
that
because
is called sophistry, Paper.
No.
It's sophistry.
If we have this great circle, half of the great circle, and diameter, because I'm talking, in fact, about circumference and diameter. So
half of a great circle is not a diameter. That's the problem.
Yes, I know that great circle is not a diameter. I said that the distance between 2 points, that would be diameter.
Euclidean distance?
No, just distance.
Okay, see, there you go again. Distance has two names, two definitions: a
No,
Euclidean distance.
you are talking
or
about
a
path.
spherical distance, which is measured along the surface of the sphere. Because in spherical geometry, you cannot leave the surface of the sphere.
Charles,
Right? So you can't
if
just
we
say
have
it's just distance. There are literally two definitions of distance.
okay, I will give you
But you're
another
refusing to decide
example.
which
Charles,
one you're
can I,
using.
just a
Charles,
minute, just a minute, paper. Charles, you have two definitions of distance. We don't. We understand it as being the same thing. Me and paper, that is, right? You seem to have two, yet you are unable to define the one that me and paper aren't thinking of. This other one.
And by the way, Charles,
the thing is, when clarity is asked for, it would be nice if clarity was returned.
yes, I will
If you had
clarify.
a measurement, if you had a measuring tape, a tailor's measuring tape, fabric tape, and I handed you
Charles,
a globe,
before you
and
go
I
on
said,
your waffle,
"What's
can
the
you let
distance?"
paper clarify? Because you've asked
I
him
will
to clarify,
clarify.
please.
I've asked him
Paper.
3 times, and he
Yes.
says it's just
Well,
distance.
can you just be
So-
quiet for a minute while paper clarifies his position?
If you have on a map, you have distance between two cities, and you are taking a trip from one city to another. And of course, the road is not straight. It is curving, right, left, up and down, but let's say right and left. So how can you measure distance between two cities? That's
Well,
my
there's
question.
multiple ways. There's as the crow flies. There's the odometer reading on your car, as you said. The road is twisting and turning. There are multiple ways of defining the distance between the two cities. But if you do it, if those cities are far enough apart, I mean, if there's in different countries, then that distance will be a portion of a great circle. So if you were flying from one city to the other, you would probably fly the Great Circle route. If those two
I am talking about road. I am talking. So we can have two roads, to between two cities. One is straight, dead straight, and another road is just curving right and left. So it means that between two cities are two different distances.
Right, driving distances. That's you wouldn't just say distance, you would say driving distance.
No, I am saying just distances.
Well, that would be being vague when clarity is asked for. That's called sophistry.
No, I am just saying that you cannot say that curving path is a distance. That's my point.
Well, you're missing the point that if you were to trace a line on a sphere, and it doesn't have to be the Earth if you don't believe the Earth is a sphere, you could take a ball, a beach ball, and you could put 2 points on that ball, and you could have a piece of, a measuring tape, like a tailor. A tailor uses measuring tape. And you could say, what's the distance? What's the path? What is the distance of the shortest path between those 2 points? And without cutting the beach ball, you would lay the measuring tape along the surface of the beach ball, and you would be able to measure a value that is on the surface of the beach ball. That is one way of doing the distance. Another way of doing distance is with Euclidean means, where you have the XYZ coordinates at one point, XYZ coordinates the other point. Then you use the three-dimensional Pythagorean theorem, and you will find the straightest distance, the shortest distance, which would be the chord. If these 2 points were on a beach ball, you would have the chord, kind of like the spaghetti, uncooked spaghetti going through the beach ball, right? So that's another version of distance, is the Euclidean distance.
Did you just do
in
spaghetti?
In spherical geometry, everything takes place on the surface of the sphere. So the word diameter does not come up in spherical geometry because you are now leaving the surface of the sphere, and that is completely illegal. Everything you do happens on that surface.
Illegal.
You can draw.
Are you sure you're a teacher, Charles? That's not.
Oh my goodness.
Do you get a red card for it?
That's
or
so funny. Yeah.
Fined or something?
Flag on the play.
Illegal.
Yes, illegal. You can go to jail if you said the word diameter.
So straight line is illegal in spherical geometry.
No, I'm saying diameter. You said half of a great circle, and then you mentioned diameter.
Isn't the diameter a straight line?
Yeah, but on
that has left the surface of the sphere, you are no longer in spherical geometry.
Okay,
Each point is on the sphere, isn't it? Like the diameter, the end points, point A, point B.
Right. That's correct. But you cannot travel along.
Isn't that all a point is? Isn't that all a line is though? Within definition, what was it? Let me have a go.
That's Euclidean.
Yeah.
The diameter is a Euclidean line. Absolutely.
It's that which lies evenly between its extreme points, and its extreme points would definitely be on the surface of the sphere. And would that not lie evenly between it?
The diameter is a Euclidean straight line. It's really simple.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we are talking about straight line. So how can you have two different straight lines?
Well, okay, forget the phrase straight line. Talk about a geodesic on the surface of a sphere. Okay, if the word straight line really, really bugs you.
Is that a redefinition though, Charles? Because we started off talking about a straight line and now you're trying to say, well, don't use it as a straight line. But that's why we're having this conversation. Because you did use it as a straight line with an equivocation fallacy.
Literally everybody who talks about spherical geometry uses the phrase straight line, and everybody knows what a straight line is in spherical geometry. It is the shortest path between 2 points on the surface of a sphere.
Okay,
and it's very similar to the definition of a straight line in Euclidean geometry, which is also the shortest path between 2 points.
Just a minute, Paper. Charles, can I just point out here, right, that when you say everybody knows, just let everybody know how much you knew about Euclid? Like, so did you know about spherical before Euclid, Charles?
Right? So literally, when I was teaching geometry, every single thing I taught was from Euclid's Elements. I just didn't know it was from Euclid's Elements.
Okay, right. So, but look, Charles,
the word Euclid on my tongue,
Charles, even by your own admission, right? Everybody doesn't know about Euclid. Okay. So everybody cannot know about this other geometry that you keep stating that everybody knows a different definition of straight in. You claim it, Charles.
You were not listening to what I was saying.
You said everybody knows the definition of straight in spherical geometry, but not everybody knows anything about spherical geometry. So that's a bad statement to make. It could be considered a lie, Charles, which wouldn't look good for coming from a teacher.
You completely munged what I said, so
okay, then start again.
Lie accusation.
Start
again. Take a group of people. Take a group of people that knows what spherical geometry is and can acknowledge its existence. Amongst this group of people, literally everybody in that group of people knows what the phrase straight line means in Euclidean or in spherical geometry. Okay? Now, outside of that group of people, you may have people who don't acknowledge spherical geometry, don't know anything about spherical geometry. Then the word straight line means only the Euclidean definition. But among people who know among people who know spherical geometry, everybody knows what straight line means in spherical geometry.
Is that everybody a small group, not including everybody, or just everybody within the group that you're talking about that already knows it?
Well, like I said,
because you are using the term everybody.
In high school, although I did pull down off my textbook, off my shelf, because I've got quite a few geometry textbooks, and literally every single geometry textbook I have has at least one little lesson. It's usually a supplemental lesson. Sometimes it's actually a chapter on non-Euclidean geometry. It's usually presented as sort of like
there's no non-Euclidean within my element. It's got classed as
Charles,
the
because
foundations
The Elements
of
was written, what,
mathematics.
2,500 years ago? I don't know why Euclid would write non-Euclidean geometry in his Euclidean geometry. That literally doesn't make sense. But the study of geometry.
You did say literally
built
every mathematics book that you have. Does that mean that you don't have a Euclid Elements?
I said the geometry textbooks. Okay, I have Euclid's Elements. I've got multiple versions of Euclid's Elements.
Do you not class that as a textbook? A book with text?
No, I do not call those textbooks. A book with text. Oh, that's good, Bev. You're not a sophist at all.
Well, I've got one that was a school book taught at school. Would you not class that as a textbook? Euclid's Elements?
Everything is a word game. This is really.
It's not. This is not a word game, Charles.
Exhausting.
Charles, you said, Charles, that's how you learned it.
Textbook.
You learned it at high school. That's what you said. You learned this at high school. Even if it wasn't Euclid, you never heard of Euclid. No, it never passed his lips. You said the guy who taught.
So what's the point? What's the point you're trying to make?
Well, you said that you learned it at some point.
Yes, I learned it. I learned Euclidean geometry in high school.
And at which point did that suddenly change and somebody said, now you must understand that that straight line we told you about is not the straight as we told you.
No one ever
See,
said
if I was to become,
so please,
if I was to become
confusion.
If I was to become one of those,
said that.
If I was to become one of these people that you said is what everybody knows, then I'd need to know and have some definition about it. And you just fail to provide anything that I can ground myself on and go away and teach my daughter that Euclid came to this understanding, and then suddenly some other guy, I don't know, maybe he wasn't Greek, maybe he was around in 1932 or something, I don't know. He made some further qualification to that. Something somewhere that it stated that. Where is that?
Well,
where can I find that in order to show the transition from one position to another, so that I can say to her that this straight sounds the same, but it's not the same.
Okay, so that's the problem, that you're coming to this story that, like, the word straight means straight, and then all of a sudden, suddenly, somebody decided that the word straight no longer means straight. That's a fairy tale. That is a straw man.
You told us that. You said that that's not. You said spherical geometry is not taught at that level. It's only taught when you get to university. That's what you said.
Can we just go over this? Because I think this is where it started, right? Ed Bez, he's coming from reality, Charles. Let us have a go, see whether we can clarify this, right? Now, we're talking about 2 points and the shortest distance between those 2 points, right? Now,
Euclidean or spherical?
We would, in reality, Charles, right? In reality, we were talking earlier about horizontals at 69 miles. If you can see my camera, can you see my camera?
Yes, I can see your camera. Yep.
And it shows there, right? Now, on the left-hand side, Charles, on the left-hand side, it says here.
A with a right angle.
And B. Right, so you've got 2 points, A and B. Yeah? You're all right with that?
Yes.
Now,
yes,
there is
I'm
a
all
distance.
Right with that.
There is a distance between A and B of 69 miles, like you said.
Yes.
Okay. And please now explain this straight line, or this straight line, or this straight line. Now, which of these straight lines are the straight lines that we're talking about? Can you define this straight line here from A to B, please?
So this diagram looks like it's a Euclidean diagram. So it looks like all
it's just meant to represent that line in reality where you said earlier, 69 miles.
So my problem with this diagram is the word horizontal, which is not defined in Euclidean geometry. Okay. So take out the word horizontal. and then that would be a wonderful diagram.
So the orientation of that line is the problem. So the straight.
No, not the orientation. The label. The label. The word horizontal is not defined in Euclidean geometry.
Okay, so what about the straightness of the line? Could that be associated to a horizontal as being straight?
Just take out the word horizontal. Non-defined in Euclidean geometry.
Right, could we put straight there then?
Well, if this appears to be a Euclidean diagram, so that would be redundant to
Not
call
Euclidean
straight line
diagram.
a straight.
Well, what we're talking about, Charles, is the 1 degree. So I'm hoping you're going to be able to help us out with where we measure this 1 degree in a moment first. But let's decide on the straight of this between A and B in reality.
Right, you just take out the word horizontal, and I've got no problem with the straight line between
with the perpendiculars.
With the perpendiculars, just
so
take out
could
the
we
word horizontal.
Could we call the perpendiculars plumb? Would that be all right?
No.
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 Because they are in reality, right? There are 2 points in reality. Could we not establish a plumb at those points?
You could hang a plumb bob and see if what the orientation was of that plumb bob, but you cannot force a plumb bob to go in the same direction as a piece of graph paper. Right? The Earth does not take its cues from graph paper.
We'll take that there.
So we can't make plumb comport to our diagram. We can make our diagram comport to reality, but you can't do it in reverse. So you can't start with the diagram and then start labeling things plumb. That's not the way it works. All right, very good.
Right, plumb at A and plumb at B. Right, so now we do have 2 positions, A and B, and we have a plumb at A and a plumb at B. Now you can imagine these, well, wherever, right? It's just somebody had stood there with a plumb bob like this, right? And that there is pointing to the plumb bob is pointing straight down to A. And the plumb bob here is pointing straight down to B. Now, from A to B, shortest distance, right? Between those 2 points.
All right, so you could have a distance, shortest distance.
Talk about that, please. Just that shortest distance.
Yeah, well, that would be a Euclidean straight line. Shortest distance between 2 points.
So we would be able to have a true plumb. This would be, I can put these back. That would be.
You're not going to have 2 right angles, though.
What do you mean? They're plumb.
You would have.
You don't know what plumb means. It's true. This is.
Oh my goodness. Are we talking about reality?
Yeah.
In reality, 2 plumb bobs 69 miles apart are going to be 1 degree divergent.
2 plumb lines. I thought you said the horizontals.
Okay, no, don't. You can't. Those are not right angles anymore. No, those are.
No, you said the horizontals. The measured angle was in the horizontals.
No, I said remove the word horizontal from that.
No, Charles. Earlier on, when Erdberg got confused, and you were saying that you had measured an angle of 1 degree between the horizontals, because we were saying that you cannot measure an angle between parallels, but you said that you could over 69 miles. So we're saying that the horizontals are parallel here, right? And they're parallel here. Yeah? And you said there was something happened over the 69 miles. There was a 1 degree measured in the horizontal. Don't say no. You definitely said that, Charles.
Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly what you said, and
no, that is not exactly what I said.
That we can't go to the 69 miles to measure it, and neither can you.
Okay.
Just say it is there. And that's why I was asking for some definition about that. And that's what Bev is asking you now, because we can't go to where you want me to have faith, believe that that's so. 69 miles away. It's not perpendicular to this horizontal anymore, when I can see that it is. And in my mind, I have to imagine that 69 miles away it isn't. And you're telling me that it is.
So, okay, so the problem is, and I was protesting when he was writing this, is those are not two right angles. Those are 90.5 degrees.
What?
Each of those
No,
angles.
they're 90. They're 90
90.5.
degrees. No,
No,
they're
not
90 degrees.
They're
Go
not
and
90.
measure it. Show me a 90-degree angle that's 90.5 degrees then.
So
no 90 degrees.
You just contradicted yourself. You said, show me a 90-degree angle that's 90.5. That's contradictory.
Are these
okay?
equal
Well, you just said the 90
Charles?
degree is not.
So the problem is,
are these points at an
first
equal
off,
elevation?
The original diagram.
Because is there a slope?
The original diagram,
because you've
where
got 90.
he had removed the word horizontal, that was fine. You could have two 90-degree angles. You could have 69-mile distance. But then he started talking about plumb, and that was the problem. I said, no, you cannot call those words, those lines, plumb, because you're asking the Earth to take its cues from a piece of graph paper, and the Earth doesn't do that. So then he erased the right angle symbols, and then he wrote in plumb, and I said, that's fine. That's fine. You could have plumb at A, you could have plumb at B. They could be 69 miles apart, but there's no right angle symbols. And then he drew the right angle symbols in again,
I have just
which
done it
I
again.
was protesting the whole time.
The parallel, you say these ones here and these ones here, they're parallel. There's no angle that can be measured between these horizontals here and these horizontals here.
The horizontals at A are parallel to each other.
That's exactly what I put here.
Are parallel to each other.
Exactly what I put.
But you
had a
got to
problem
take
with it
off
before.
the big.
No,
you got to take off the big. You see the big right angle at A and the big right angle at B. You have to erase those.
Why?
Those don't exist. Those
is that not?
Those are actually.
Are you saying
those little parallel lines are fine?
You not see how that's going to be hard, that, Charles?
The only way this diagram makes sense is if you assume that the Earth is comporting to graph paper, especially with great distance,
but then
and it does not.
Bev went further to that, I've heard. Went further to that, and then he introduced a water level that isn't on a whiteboard 2 feet long or a builder's level that's 3 feet long. He asked you to imagine it a mile long.
Okay. So you have a mile-long water level. You can call it a canal, right? A canal with still water that's a mile long.
And the ends are at equal
vertical
elevation.
The surface of the water is going to be perpendicular to plumb.
Equal elevation.
That's called level.
At A and B.
Not horizontal, though.
Equal elevation.
It's not horizontal.
At A and B.
It's level.
Why? Why are they not horizontal? I mean,
because horizontal is a straight line and level is curved. All right.
There you go. Level's curved again. How can level be curved? Man, what's wrong with you?
Because it comports to the shape of the Earth.
No, we're talking about water level. Or something in reality where I can, if I measure something, it is. And a water level, I can see that in my mind. I haven't got a mile-long water level here, but I can see that in my mind, and I can logically see that if the water at one end of the pipe is exactly the same as the level on the other end of the pipe, then they're a straight line. They're a horizontal. They're at equal elevation. If one is lower than the other, the water's going to run out.
Right, but you're making an assumption that horizontal equals level.
No, you're giving me an assumption that I have to believe it's not so.
Well,
you want me to believe that it's not so, and you told me you can't. No, you told me I can't go there. You said I can't go a mile away and measure it. It's impossible. You said.
Well,
60 miles, even more so.
I'm just all right. So it all depends on the context of the phrase or the word impossible.
It all depends on the water.
He's redefining impossible.
Frequently,
No.
I'll use the word impossible as to mean something that is not practically demonstrable in reality. I mean, it's like
Can you
plumb bob,
just if you're in your office, if you're in your office with your library, can you reach for the book that tells me that the water will change properties?
Water does not change
properties.
In
the water level, and that it will no longer. It's not a straw man. It's a pipe with
you're
water
literally making
at
things
equal
up that no one's saying.
elevation, and you're telling me that a mile away it's not horizontal anymore. So one end has to be higher or lower than the other, in which case the water will run out, sir.
No,
From the back of the class,
you just
sir.
equated higher or lower. No, that's no longer equal elevation. Higher or lower is different elevations. We're talking about equal elevation, also known as level.
Mike's
Mike's
saying in
said
the chat, Charles, that with those top lines that are parallel, can we not just use them?
I'm sorry. What are we talking about?
The lines that are parallel.
Yeah, the little tiny lines at A and the tiny lines at B.
Well,
all
three of the lines, yeah.
No, not all three.
Why not all three?
One labeled 69 miles, it does not make right angles at the ends.
Well, you saying there would be an elevation change of a horizontal?
No, I
over
did not
distance.
Say that. Oh, well, yeah, horizontal. Right. If you define a horizontal at A, you will definitely have an elevation change. 69 miles, or even 1 mile away, you'll have a 8-inch elevation change.
But when you have an elevation change, Charles, that's called a slope.
The water's going to run out.
Horizontals don't slope, Charles.
Right.
Do
So
they?
you don't have a pipe and call it horizontal and have it be a mile long and expect the water to stay in. I mean, I don't know. Surface tension may keep it in. But
it won't if it's 8 inches.
It
won't if it's 8 inches lower the other end. Of course not. It's not. It's going to run out.
Right. Well, but the there's the laws of physics. There's the wetting properties of water.
No, it's just water.
The appropriate
just
slope
water.
of right. But
it's a measured vertical change on the vertical datum, right, Charles?
Yes, if you had
that's an elevation change, isn't it?
And you send it a mile away, that would be an 8-inch elevation change.
Okay.
And maybe this is why I sat at the back of the class smoking a cigarette, Charles, because this is what happened. This is the same kind of thing. I'd ask the question, "Shut up, boy, sit down, or I'll send you to the headmaster."
Wait,
is he Charles? Did you just say that the curve is an 8-inch elevation change?
Yeah, it did.
No. Okay. I said a horizontal. Establish a horizontal at A.
Yeah.
Right? Just establish a horizontal at A, which is a straight line, a Euclidean straight line. Now go a mile away, and it's still horizontal at A, right? Still horizontal at A, but you're now a mile away from A. You're going to have an elevation change of 8 inches.
So a horizontal has an elevation change of 8 inches over a mile.
Yeah, 8 inches per mile squared, absolutely.
No, that was just
no,
Charles, whoa, Charles, you just went a mile, a linear distance. You didn't square it. You just went 1 mile, and you measured an 8-inch elevation change of a horizontal.
That's correct. A horizontal defined at A. But what I can't figure out, Bev, is that you've seen the drawings. You've seen the blueprints, or whatever they call those, as-built, right?
Well, would a horizontal at B, would a horizontal at B have an elevation change of 8 inches?
Of course, the horizontal everywhere on the planet will have an elevation change if you go a mile away.
Is that not like increasing, though, right? Would you not have... like an always increasing 8 inches up elevation change whenever you were walking?
Well, no, take the word walking out. We're talking theoretical, all right? There's a theoretical horizontal.
Well, it's not really. Have you heard of a contour line?
Earth.
Charles?
Yes, I know
equal
all about
elevation.
contour lines.
Classed as a horizontal slice.
Yes.
But you just put an 8-inch slope to the horizontal.
It's not a horizontal slice. It's a level. It's a level slice. All right, equal elevation along the entire contour line. That's level.
Yeah, they call it a level curve, but it is a horizontal slice through the land.
What I can't figure out, Bev, is what sense.
What I can't figure out is how you're still managing to pretend you're a teacher, Charles.
Well, what sense can you make out of the as-built, the LIGO as-built?
Are you
No,
seriously going to
numbers
try
are so
sophistry
loopy.
about contour lines, Charles, in reality?
I did not say anything about contour lines in reality other than they're level. They follow a constant elevation.
Horizontal
My question to you,
slice,
Bev.
Charles.
My question to you, Bev, a level slice. My question to you, Bev, is the as-built drawings. The as-built drawings for LIGO. I mean, I'm sure
Is
you've
this
seen the
the
numbers
same as the
plugged
water
in.
pipe?
It's not the same as the water pipe
I
because
think they've done a deal, like like they did with that guy who did the picture over Southport.
Yeah,
Blackpool.
yeah.
They've done a deal with the guy who did this LIGO stuff.
Wyoming.
Commissioned.
Yeah.
I don't
So
understand what you're talking about.
With this water pipe, I'm here at this end of the water pipe. And at the other end, a mile away, where it's the same elevation, it's level horizontal to me. Is that on the globe? Is that lower?
No, it's the
than
same
where I am?
elevation, so it's not lower.
You
Right?
said it's curving.
Level is equal elevation.
You said level was curving. You said a straight line
Yes,
is
it
curving.
follows the curvature of the Earth.
So it must be lower than physically.
Well, it's lower than the projected horizontal from your starting point.
So it's
not
lower.
lower in
They're lower than
reality
the
because
horizontal. So it must be on the same horizontal.
No.
If it's
only if you
create.
assume that the Earth is not a globe.
Okay, so all right, let me assume that it curves. It curves, and it is 8 inches lower than where I am now.
Not lower.
At this end.
Dogmatic globe, Charles.
Right,
Everyone knows
so-
it is globe. And on the
It's
real
curving.
globe,
Problem.
Charles, everybody
And
knows
if-
we use horizontals that are parallel. We couldn't get
part of the
contour
problem,
lines if we didn't already know that, Charles.
The part of the problem, Erdebear, is that you keep mixing and matching like higher, lower, horizontal, level. Like you seem
said
to
it was
use these
curved.
terms
You said it was
interchangeably.
curved. You said it was curving. The line curves. And level is curving.
Okay.
So it's
Level
not
is a curved
horizontal.
surface. Level is a curved surface. Level is not horizontal.
But that's not the same level as the water pipe, is it? From where I am. Where I am establishes a horizontal to the other end.
No, it doesn't.
That's horizontal.
No,
Not following the contour
only
of the
locally
Earth.
because it's indistinguishable from level.
No, but it's different,
Horizontal
isn't it?
is indistinguishable from level locally. So you can use a water level on a building site. That's fine. Okay,
What's
you can call it
what's
horizontal all day. But if you took like a canal is like an ideal water level.
Are
right?
you
A
telling
spill
Bear
canal.
what's fine to do when you've never actually done it yourself, Charles? I mean, that sounds a bit hypocritical, right?
That's a red
But
herring.
without breaking the law, I wouldn't want to break the law. You know, where does this straight line turn into a curved line? How does? Is there a definition
you
for
could
that? You
pick
know,
your
is it
pick.
halfway long or
Pick your
70
pick.
feet?
Is it straight or is it curved?
Yeah.
You got to pick one or the
It's
other.
just straight. It's a
straight or
water
is it
line.
curved?
It's straight. It's a straight. It's a horizontal
No, the water level
horizontal.
is curved.
No, it can't
The water
be,
level is
Charles.
curved.
Jesus Christ, man! The water
Charles.
fucking ran out the other end. What are you talking about? It
Water
can't
level
be
is
curved.
curved.
That's impossible. It's absolutely
Okay, but that's-
impossible, man.
So
Send me to the headmaster.
Erdebear,
I'll take 3 of the cane. Jesus Christ!
But that's
The water
where your
will run
assumption is.
out. No, it's true
Okay,
in
let's talk
reality,
about
man.
Okay.
And you're telling me that it actually the water pipe will curve away from me. In which
Okay,
case,
why don't
from
we
where
talk
I
about a
stand at this
canal?
end, it must be lower than I am. And what I wonder is if I go to the other end, is this end higher or lower than that end?
They're at the same elevation.
How can it be? How can I be above you when you're below me, but then you're above? You're
You can
above
have a
me when I'm below you when I was above you.
8-inch on the
those are
vertical
loaded
datum,
words.
but it's the same elevation. That sounds ridiculous to most people, Charles. Can you?
Jesus,
You
it's
surely
American.
you must be able to see that. It sounds
What
contradictory.
sounds ridiculous is that there are people who don't know the Earth is a globe.
You
I
measure
get
an
shocked.
elevation
People are
change
shocked
by
every time I
measuring
tell
a
them that there are
deviance on the
actually people
vertical
So-
who don't know
datum,
that the Earth is a
Charles.
globe.
Charles, in all, I know the water level isn't curved. I know that.
Well, okay.
No,
so
I don't have. I don't have to
knowledge.
get a degree. I don't have to get a degree to do that. I don't have to. I could have. I know
that's a
people.
belief.
Listen, Charles. No,
that's a belief you have.
I've been around a few years, and I know some people who never learned to read or write. Really, very little. Their life has been shrunk because they can't take jobs that involve reading or writing or taking directions or filling in forms. Most of those people are manual workers, builders, farmers, people who work with their hands. A lot of builders, construction workers. I've worked with them. They don't need to know any of that. They know that if they use a water level, damn sure it's straight, it's level. They know that. You don't need a university education to know that.
Air to bear. What's the difference between level and horizontal over a short distance, like a building site? You talk about these laborers, these construction workers. All right, so are they pulling a water level that's 69 miles long, or are they pulling a water level that's maybe measured in yards? Maybe dozens of yards.
Yeah,
right.
Before
So
this gets
what's the
heated,
difference
Charles,
here?
just a
What's the
minute,
difference
Bear,
between
please let me.
horizontal and level?
Charles,
Yeah, okay.
Charles, can I just point out here, right?
Charles,
in respect to people like Fight the Flat Earth, that is telling me I'm a child abuser for saying I'm not telling people it isn't a globe, right? I'm saying that on the real globe, all horizontals are parallel, right? Because that's provable in reality. It just seems like you're saying they're not.
Yes, they're not. Literally,
how can they not
every single way
be
you can measure them
parallel, Charles?
Well,
that's the problem that we've got here.
It's measured.
I'm not saying
Every
it's not a
single time
globe,
it's measured.
right, Charles? There are people that
yes,
work.
Tis globe, I get it. It's a joke. Tis globe.
No,
no,
Charles.
No, it's
Charles. No. The Air Bear's trying to tell you. He works with people who live in reality, right? Now, they know
believe it or not, so do I.
that level is horizontal. They work with it.
Locally.
And they live
sure.
on
What's
the
difference between
globe.
level and horizontal?
Charles,
That's my question.
Charles, they live on the globe. Right? So they know that the two things go together. Why are you saying it's not?
My question to Air to Bear, which you jumped in on, is what's the difference between level and horizontal on the short distance on a construction site? In reality, what's the difference?
In reality, level is level and horizontal is horizontal. However far you go.
Oh, so you don't say they're the same? Level
They
is
are
level
the
is
same.
level and horizontal is sophistry. That gets us no closer to anything. Okay? Peanut butter is peanut butter, jelly is jelly. That's
on the
not helping.
tabletop. On the tabletop, it's a builder's level, but you wouldn't use that, over a mile or 50 meters. You wouldn't use a 3-foot builder's level for that. You establish a level with a builder's level, or then you need something more accurate. You might use a little dumpy site level. Then you might use an auto level. Then you might use a theodolite. You'd establish a horizontal, and you would build off of that. It either goes up higher or it goes lower than
Agreed.
that. So the water level the water level establishes that too. In reality.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not fighting here. Listen. I'm not fighting here for the globe or flat or anything. None of that. Not, I'm not at all. This is not me trying to twist you and go, yeah, see, the earth is flat or anything. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just looking at reality. This has come to me. It's really important in my life. This really important. It's not fucking about. Right? This water is level. From one end of the water level to the other.
Yes.
It's impossible for it to be anything other than that. Impossible.
It is level.
For the water to be running out of the other end and for me to be watching it go down thinking, Jesus, what's he doing? Hold it higher, man! Oi! You're 69 miles away. You can't hear me. Higher, man. For God's sake, there'll be no water level in the
God's
tube,
sake,
man.
Lift it up.
Yes, exactly.
Come on, man.
You know that.
Run
See?
out.
See? You're not
For
so
God's
stupid
sakes,
after
man.
all. Jesus Christ.
Yes.
You
but
know what
here's the
goes on in
question.
reality.
What's
In
the
reality,
difference?
Charles, you know what goes on.
Of course. I've worked with many laborers.
So how
I've
is
done
the
labor
pipe
jobs,
8
all right?
inches lower at the other end and the water
It's
doesn't run
not
out?
lower. It is not lower. That's the
You
problem.
said it
is
curves.
You keep mixing and matching. It is 8 inches deviated from a theoretical horizontal, which
It's not
technically
theoretical.
doesn't even exist. But it is
It
not
does
8 inches
exist.
lower. It is
Exists
level.
in the pipe. Exists in the water.
So
Exists in this
No.
pipe.
No.
Yeah.
No.
So it
You're
is
telling me
not,
it doesn't.
Charles, what you are saying is it is not deviating from curved level. Yes?
Curved level,
Yeah, the ends, the water level at the ends of the pipe are level. They have an equal elevation. Absolutely. So this quote unquote 8 inches lower, I just take issue with.
So
It's not lower.
So
It's not
you are
lower.
assuming
It's
that
level.
you are assuming
It
that
can't be
level,
level if it's round.
that level is curved. Yes, Charles? Level is
Yes,
curved
level is
for
curved.
you.
Yes, it follows the curvature
So
of the earth.
No, wait a minute.
is-
He's saying that a measured vertical change of 8 inches is actually no elevation change. Is that what you're saying, Charles?
Yes, exactly.
Measured elevation, measured 8 inches from what? That's the question.
From the horizontal,
yes, from
right?
from horizontal.
From
Always measured from
At
horizontal.
A. If we're measuring it at B, we're measuring
No,
a
sorry.
deviation from the horizontal
B
at A.
is defined by A.
Yes, you are not right, because this drop from horizontal is not
Your word.
Is not measured like measuring rod is not where auto level is. It's at the distance. So it is not at your point.
That's correct.
So it is a slope from horizontal, not at plumb bob, let's say.
It's a measured change
Higher,
in
Charles.
elevation.
Hold it higher, man.
Slope.
Higher, Charles. Hold it higher. Jesus Christ, it's coming. It's running away.
An 8-inch measured change in elevation is actually no change in elevation, which sounds
I never said 8 inches
contradictory,
change in
but that would be
That's
the
'cause it is.
dogmatic globe for you, right? Now,
No, you just
that
made
is
that
the
up. You just said
difference
8 inches.
between reality globe and the dogmatic globe, Charles. You've got an imagined
you didn't-
8-inch change on the vertical datum.
If you didn't have a straw man, you wouldn't have anything at all, Bev. No one said
It's
8-inch
complete-
change in elevation.
You did.
You
You
said
did.
that.
You did, Charles.
No, I did not.
Charles.
No, I did not.
8 inches per mile, you said.
I said 8-inch deviation
On the
From what?
vertical datum, measured vertical.
No, I did not say that.
Yes, you
I said
did.
8 inches deviation from the horizontal measured a mile away.
On the vertical datum,
That's
yes.
what I said. I
That's
never
right,
said
that-
those words.
That only
Never
works
said
in the
those words.
imagination. It doesn't work in reality.
Well,
You can imagine that, but my water levels run out of water now, Charles.
no.
And then we've got to
it's because
start
it's
all over
level-
again. Can you walk
level
back?
is
Can you
equal-
walk back?
All right.
And we'll fill it up again and start again.
So air to bear.
If I
The
sent you
mistake
to the shop, no, listen, Charles. On Monday, when you started work, all right, if I sent you to the shop to buy a spare tire for a menstrual cycle, can you go and do that? You're just, you know, or
cycle.
yeah.
Oh my goodness. I
Or
haven't
can you
never
get me
heard
two
that
pounds, 2 pounds of barbed wire seeds? Can you get some? You're
I'm
just like
attempting
that
to give
guy.
them.
You're just like the new guy who comes to work and that's what happens. Because now we've got to fill the bloody pipe up again. I told you, man, hold it higher. You let it go lower, the water ran out, you've got to start
all the
again.
water ran out. I know.
Yeah.
I know.
This apprenticeship's
First day
going
on
to be
the
bloody
job,
long
come
if you don't listen. If you don't listen, it's going to be a long bloody job.
Yes,
And I can't keep charging the guy more money for the extra time. In reality, that water will stay where it is.
Yes.
If you're saying
yes,
it's 8
I
inches
agree,
lower,
I agree,
it curves,
okay?
the water
Please
will
stop
run
saying
out.
lower. Okay, please stop saying lower. All right,
You
that's
said
the
it
problem.
curves. The line, the
Your
horizontal
problem-
line. No, your problem. My problem. I don't have a problem.
No,
It's a
Charles.
horizontal.
Charles, you've got a
words
difference
different things.
of 8 inches on your horizontal. Now, is the horizontal sloping or not?
Well, 8 inches or a mile away, the horizontal, what you called horizontal at A is no longer horizontal
Right
at B,
now,
therefore it's sloping.
is the horizontal 8 inch higher or 8 inch lower at the other end?
All right, so are we talking about a horizontal or we talk about level?
We're talking about the horizontal, Charles, that has an 8 inch difference from one end to the other.
Right.
Now,
So
is
at the
it
starting point?
Is it higher or lower? 8 inches, Charles.
These are loaded. These are loaded words.
It's not loaded. It's different by 8 inches, Charles. Is that 8 inch higher or 8 inch lower? Because it's not 8 inches to the left or 8 inches to the right.
So,
is it higher, Charles, or lower, Charles? 8 inches.
Well, so forgive me if I don't play the loaded word game, right? Using words that have multiple meanings in multiple contexts. Just forgive me for not playing that game. But you understand what a tangent is. You put a ruler on a ball, right? That ruler will deviate from the surface of the ball. The ball curves away from the ruler. The ruler is straight. The ball surface is curved. They separate. They
higher then.
They are no
Charles.
longer. They are no longer together.
Higher.
Okay.
Higher, Charles.
I mean, if that makes you happy, but you know,
is it 8 inches higher than an equal elevation over the same distance, Charles? 8 inches.
Sure.
Yes.
Of course it is.
So over a mile, Charles, you imagine that a horizontal is 8 inches higher.
From the level, sure. Now,
Charles,
that's a slope,
Charles.
I still can't figure out.
Charles, wait,
is
Charles,
that,
wait,
is,
wait,
is that
wait,
LIGO,
Charles,
take
listen.
a look. I was literally in the middle of a sentence when you started breaking.
Well, I don't think it's going to work out, mate.
So
I don't think it's going to work out. If you come in the office in the
has
morning, pick up your wages, and we'll just call it a day.
And the as-built drawings have elevations every, I don't know, 10 feet, 100 feet, I forget which. For
There
the
you go.
You know, 4 kilometer or whatever it is, however many miles long it is.
Okay.
Right?
That's sophistry,
All right, Charles. Can I just interrupt? We've got some super chats that have come in, Charles. They're far more important than you, Charles.
Oh yes, because money.
Godzilla says, answer truthfully, Charles. If you could still yet be more disingenuous, say Super Saiyan disingenuous, would you?
Oh my goodness, Godzilla.
Would you, or would you not?
Go,
He's
Godzilla.
naming a paradox after you as well. He said that question I called it Charlesinian paradox.
I still have not heard anything from the Try Thinking folks as to the LIGO elevation diagrams, the LIGO elevation readings.
We don't know what your horizontal sloping in elevation seems ridiculous, Charles, because nobody's going to go along with that. You've got an 8-inch elevation change, Charles. That's ridiculous.
Charles, I
never said elevation change.
I have some clarification questions for you.
Sure.
Because do you agree that plumb bob creates a normal Euclidean straight line?
Sure. And you can call it vertical in the real world.
Is level geodesic?
Level geodesic? Well, you could make a level line. Geodesic is the shortest path. So, level does not have to be a shortest path. Like, for example, the Panama Canal does not trace the shortest line between, Atlantic and Pacific. It turns and twists and goes all over the place. So level and geodesic, those are two completely separate terms. You can, they could be you could have a level line
Okay,
which
but
follows the shortest path, but you could also have a level line which is not the
no,
shortest path.
Sorry, Charles, you said before that geodesic is straight line on the surface of the Earth.
Yes, on the surface of a sphere.
Of the sphere. And
Yes.
level is, according to spherical geometry or whatever, level is the same.
Well, yeah, level is not defined in spherical geometry. Level is a concept we use here on Earth.
Okay, but that's
Is
why
anything
I am asking.
defined in spherical geometry, Charles? Anything?
Okay, but
paper. Get to your point.
My point is because you said that level is curved, and now you are saying that it is not geodesic. So it means that geodesic and level are completely different things. So if
it's kind of like saying it's kind of like saying something's color and then something's texture. You can have something that is rough white, you can have it smooth white. You could have rough black and smooth black, right? So level, level is a concept that we talk about on Earth. Equal elevation is level, and it's a curved surface across the Earth. Geodesic has a very specific definition in spherical geometry. Now, you could make the argument that if you traveled along a geodesic, you would be traveling along a level line on the Earth. And
okay,
so that's not an argument, Charles. Don't give him that.
Okay, so you are so practically you are equivocating level with because it wouldn't make any sense if you would say that geodesic is different because it has to be the same.
Well, all right, they're analogous, but the thing about level is it does not have to be in a straight path. It's just all you have to do.
But a geodesic in Euclidean space is a straight line, isn't it?
No, a geodesic in spherical geometry.
Yeah, but I'm saying a geodesic in Euclidean space is a straight line.
Well, I don't know what that is. I've never seen a reference.
Never seen a straight line
in Euclidean space. I've never seen that.
Have you not?
The only person I've ever heard say that is you. So I've never seen any reference that says that.
Have a Google of it. But geodesic in Euclidean
but anyway,
space.
So paper. Did I answer your question?
Everybody
yes.
I'm not willing to say a geodesic is the same is equivalent to level, or that level is equivalent to a geodesic. You could say there are analogs, right? Level is a term we use on the surface of the Earth, and a geodesic is something we use on spherical geometry. But you could say they're analogous, but they're not identical.
So another question: is surface of the sphere is level or not?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, if you define it as
the
center of the sphere, where you measure
elevation. So if you
elevation.
draw a line on the surface of the sphere, so this line would be level. On the level.
Yes, and it doesn't have to even be a straight line. You could draw a curly Q doodly do.
And this line you would name a geodesic.
No, not necessarily. Only if it were the shortest path.
I'm talking about line drawn on the surface of the sphere. So
shortest path.
I'm talking about surface of the sphere.
Yeah, but I mean, what kind of a line are you drawing? You're drawing a doodly do, or are you drawing a geodesic that is along a great
circle?
Okay, then that's fine. Yes.
Great circle is level or not?
Yeah. Yes, it's absolutely level.
So geodesic, great circle, and level are the same in your, let's say, model.
No. I really am trying to clarify. They are not the same. They are analogous. Okay, because you can have a level line that does a doodly do. Like most canals do not travel.
Doodly do.
Ruler straight.
I'm not to this higher level.
That's a mathematical term.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you please explain a doodly do?
World's canals. One of the great exceptions is the Old Bedford level, which goes for 6 miles in a straight line. But most of the world's canals don't go for 6 miles in a straight line. They turn left, they turn right, which means that level is not the same thing as a geodesic. So please stop saying that they're the same. They are not the same. Okay? Level is equal elevation.
No. I am talking about. I am not defining sorry, Charles. I am not defining what level is or what geodesic or great circle is. I am just asking if great circle and level, if you can say about great circles that this is level. That is always level.
Like I said, in spherical geometry, if you define the center of the sphere to be where you're measuring elevation from, then every point along the great circle will be level. Will have equal elevation.
Okay.
So
yes,
but
so
I'm not saying they're synonymous. I'm just saying that yes, you could argue.
Yes, you are saying that they are synonymous. Yes.
I am not saying they're synonymous.
Yes, they have to be.
Because you can't go backwards. You can't go backwards. You could then draw a level line.
I understand.
That is not a great circle. So they are not synonymous. Okay? For example, a square is a rectangle, but a rectangle is not a square. So no, square and rectangle are not synonymous, even though a square is a rectangle. Okay? They are not synonymous. A square is a subset of the shapes known as rectangles. All right?
Okay,
so they're not synonymous.
So what is, because I asked you about plumb bob, and this is Euclidean straight line. So how can you measure anything if you have straight line Euclidean being vertical and level being curved line?
What do you mean? I don't understand how you can. What you
So
say by
how you can measure
how
anything?
you can measure anything?
Yes, because you have two there are not commensurable distances. To have commensurable distances, you need two straight lines being perpendicular. And if your plumb bob is straight line and level is curved, you cannot measure.
So, getting back to the field of surveying, if you are surveying something like smaller than 10 square miles, the curvature of the Earth is so small, and you shouldn't have any problem at all treating it like a Euclidean plane or like Euclidean world on a building site. But if you are going great distances, then you need to use geodetic surveying. So it's like, how can you measure these things? Well, it's all done with lines and angles, right? If you take a look at any of the trigonometric surveys that were done across great distances, they were all done with lines and angles. I think somebody's knocking on my door. But might be one of my little children. Sorry about that. But so how can you measure anything? Well, are we talking in practical terms? Plane surveying works fine on a building site because the Earth is really, really,
works
really
fine
really
everywhere,
big.
Charles, because that's
Well,
what
it
they
does not
do.
work
That's how they
fine
do
with great
surveying.
distances. It does not work fine with
They
great
only
distances.
surveyors only work locally, Charles.
Well, local surveyors work locally. I mean, most people work in building sites. That's where most surveyors do their job. But if you were laying out a railroad that needs to go from one state, side of one state to another, you need to use geodetic methods.
No, they just use the
so
local surveyors going from
surveys.
point to point all the way along the route of the railway. That's the surveyors would be local to the points that they're measuring all the way, every time, anywhere that they work.
Well, if you look up any of the great trigonometric surveys that have been done across many of the countries of the world, including the UK, including the United States, where they measured either a line of longitude or a line of latitude.
They measured the angles locally.
They had spherical excess across the whole way. Very, very small spherical excess, but it was there.
Right,
I got to
figure out not measured, of course, because you said
measured. Absolutely
you said that it is practically impossible to measure spherical axis.
What I said was practically What I said was practically impossible is hanging a plumb bob and then hanging another plumb bob
triangles only have 180 degrees,
and trying
Charles.
You literally just cut me off.
Yeah, but nobody's ever falsified that yet. You seem to be hinting at people measuring triangles that don't have 180 degrees.
Spherical triangles do not.
Yeah, but triangles within reality have 180 degrees. You can't falsify triangles having
Planar
180 degrees, Charles.
Again, this is your sophistry speaking.
This
Planar
is not
triangles
my
or spherical
sophistry,
triangles?
Charles. That's a
Planar
mathematical
triangles or
fact.
spherical triangles? That planar triangles add up to 180. That's a mathematical fact.
Okay,
The
well,
fact that
when
you
they
can't
measured the
put a
triangles from mountains to do trigonometry, triangulation, that we
triangles or
were
spherical
talking about, Charles, don't interrupt me. We were talking about people in reality doing triangulation. Now, are you suggesting that those triangles didn't have 180 degrees, Charles?
Sorry, I was greeting my child who was tapping on the door.
You want me to say it again then?
So,
did you hear what I
you
was
were
saying,
talking about
Charles?
Yes, I was listening to you the whole time.
Okay.
If you were talking about measured azimuthally, if you're measuring using azimuths, you're talking about spherical triangles. But if you're just measuring line of sight, then you're measuring a planar triangle. Planar triangle is going to add up to 180. The spherical triangle is going to have
But
slight spherical excess with great.
you always set your tool up on the azimuthal plane, right? It's the level, isn't it?
Yes. You definitely set up your
right.
theodolite
So, but when they set their tools up, when they were actually doing this, they set their tools up on the azimuth locally, and they measured angles. Charles, are you saying that those triangles that they measured when they were doing the triangulation didn't have 180 degrees? They had an excess, more than, Charles. Is that what you're saying?
Well, if they were measuring angles in terms of azimuth, and it was great distance between like a mountaintop that's 20 miles away, another mountaintop 30 miles away, then you would measure spherical excess.
What's spherical excess mean, Charles?
Well, the amount in excess of 180 degrees from measuring the three angles of a spherical triangle.
Is that more than 180 degrees then, Charles?
Yes, on the surface of a sphere. If it were a hyperboloid, which doesn't exist in reality, then it would be
I guess
less
we'd
than
have to say tis globe, right?
Okay, Charles, but if we are talking about three peaks of mountains, there is no sphere there. It is in air.
Right. Line of sight would be a planar triangle. Right. You could definitely make a planar
Yes.
triangle between three peaks of mountains, and then they would add up to exactly 180. That's
so
why every single time I'm making the distinction.
Triangulation, that's what they do, Charles.
If you were measuring azimuthal angles.
Okay, Charles, so how can they use spherical triangles using a line of sight? Because it would be straight lines.
So they don't measure spherical triangles using line of sight.
They use the manual indexing level, I think. That's what they use, isn't it?
Well, they are only calculating.
If you get your reading, like for example, if you've leveled your theodolite and you're measuring from one angle from one mountain peak to another mountain peak, what you're doing is you're measuring the change in azimuth. You're only measuring the horizontal angle at your instrument. And then you repeat the process with the other two mountain peaks.
Yep.
Leveling your instrument, measuring a change in azimuth, measuring a horizontal angle only.
A change in azimuth
will add up to.
What do you mean measuring a change in azimuth? No. That's how you set your tool up. You don't measure a change in azimuth. That's ridiculous, Charles.
Okay, so Bev, let me clarify. You have three mountains. We're going to call them A, B, and C.
Mm-hmm.
You're sitting on mountain A, and you sight your tool towards mountain B, that will be an azimuth. The A to B azimuth. Okay? Let's say it's 100 degrees. I'm sure. Then you point your tool towards C. You're still at A. You're pointing your tool towards C. Peak C, mountain C, will also have an azimuth from A. The A to C azimuth. Let's say that's 50 degrees azimuth. All right, that's a change in azimuth of 50 degrees. 100 minus 50 is 50. You have just measured the change in azimuth from mountain peak A to mountain peak B to mountain peak C. That's a horizontal angle from your leveled instrument. Now you repeat the process at the other two mountains.
How knowledgeable have you done this?
And if these mountains are far apart, great distance, they can't be, 10 miles apart. They have to be like 20, 30, or 40 miles apart. Then you will measure a very, very small spherical excess. You add the three angles together, you're going to get something very slightly more than 180
He's actually
degrees.
saying that they falsified triangles having 180 degrees.
No.
Did you do it? When you did this, Charles, because you sound very knowledgeable, like you've done this. When you went on this trip to measure these angles from the top of mountains, are you claiming that you falsified triangles having 180 degrees?
That's a red herring.
Sounds
and
fantastic.
I never said anything of the sort. And there are two kinds of triangles under question: planar triangles and spherical triangles. So you're a sophist if you just call them triangles.
I'm the sophist.
Yes, because you are deliberately obfuscating the topic.
Wow.
I've got a couple of business ideas, and one is calibrating water levels, which sounds like you have to go up the mountain to do that. Would you confirm that? Because then they'll be level, but they're not on the earth. Well, no, I've just listened to you saying that it would be a horizontal if you go looking at one peak to another. So it's sort of not on the earth, it's sort of above the earth, because you said if you jump off the earth you move into Euclidean space. When you land, you're back in spherical non-Euclidean space.
I never said anything.
You said that earlier.
Thing.
You just made earlier. You said if you leave the earth, you said if you leave the sphere, then you said it earlier. You did. Because I was thinking,
he's very forgetful these days. He's very forgetful.
I never said if you jump off the earth.
He contradicts himself.
All right.
Charles,
so
you said
clarify, because it looks like
Charles,
you did not
said
understand what it was I was actually saying.
Listen,
you said that you cannot leave the sphere, surface of the sphere.
If you are doing spherical geometry, you cannot go in the depth direction. You can only go length and breadth. You can only travel along the surface of the sphere.
We went up mountains on hills. We went up mountains.
Geometry.
Upwards.
So you cannot leave the sphere. You cannot leave the surface of the sphere.
Surface of the sphere, you are now exiting spherical geometry.
I think the horizontal was earlier with the 8-inch slope. Well, wasn't that leaving the surface of the sphere as well?
Okay, I am off to bed.
All right.
Good night. Thank you very much.
Right. Good night.
Thank you,
See you later, Paper. Didn't you say that was illegal, Charles?
Yeah, illegal.
Yes, you can get
an illegal move
for doing such a thing. Yes. Do not leave the surface of the sphere.
We worried to knock on your door with them coming to get you.
But did you not do that with the horizontal and the mountain?
No, all I'm saying is that when you're doing it on a mountain, you're measuring azimuthal angles.
Yeah, you're measuring the angle on the azimuthal plane.
Yeah, which is a different plane from your three instruments. That's the part that you don't get, Bev. You think it's the same plane.
It's the azimuthal plane. Are you saying the azimuthal plane is different than the azimuthal plane? And perhaps the azimuthal plane at A is different than the azimuthal plane at B.
From the azimuthal plane at B. That is
by location, A, B, and C.
No, the orientation of the plane.
The orientation of the horizontal.
Yes. At A is different from the orientation of the horizontal.
Well, horizontal is an orientation, isn't it?
At A.
Yeah, no, I'm saying horizontal is an orientation, is it not?
At A. Yes, that's correct.
Anywhere you are, when you establish a horizontal, that horizontal is an orientation, isn't it?
Where you are. And if you say otherwise, you are obfuscating.
Well, obviously, you can only establish a horizontal locally, can't you?
Yes.
So obviously you have to establish the horizontal where you are, wherever you are, locally. Now, when you do, that horizontal is an orientation, isn't it?
where you are. Yes.
Yeah, I notice you keep saying that, but I mean, you can be anywhere.
That's correct, because I try to avoid obfuscation at all costs.
It's not just wherever I
Some
am, though.
people,
It's wherever
some
you
people
are,
try
or
to
wherever
embrace
Earthbear is,
obfuscation.
or wherever Paper's gone to, right? Wherever, anywhere anyone is,
Paper's in
horizontal
bed, he's a
would
bit
be an
lower than we are.
orientation.
Paper's
Yes,
probably
very cool.
horizontal by now.
Yeah, he definitely sounded like he was headed in
Yeah.
the horizontal orientation.
So, well, yeah, my other business idea was, because, you know, have you heard of that TV program called Dragon's Den? Do you have that where you are? Well, anyway, you
No,
go in front.
I don't
You go
watch
in
any
front of.
TV, so.
No, well, it keeps me straight. You go in front of some investors. There's a little panel of investors.
It's called. Right.
Yeah. Well, you pitch your idea, try and get some investment. Well, over here there's a woman. She's called Deborah Mead, and she's got lots of little irons in the fire of building businesses. You know, like B&Q, I don't know, like Home Depot, that type of thing. And so she was. I went there once, and I had an idea, and it was this little thing, little widget that a plumber could use. And I was on the program, and I pitched it to her, and I aimed at her because I knew she'd pick it up, and she did. And she picked up the idea, and off we went with it. And then she's a bit of a stickler for patents, and it didn't really work out, because later she realised although she offered the investment and we ended the thing, it was on live on TV, that then when she looked at the patent, she realised it couldn't be patented. But I have, I'm really interested because I had this business idea, and it's about how to write the levels. I thought you could have, like, for a builder's level, you could have like a thin, and that's why I wanted to ask you, because you'd be able to tell me, like over 3 feet, the deviation from horizontal, what that would be. Because if you had, a builder could have a little handful of little slivers of maybe plastic. We used to use them when we put fitted windows. You
Like
put them into
shims.
pack. Yeah, you pack out shims. You pack out the space. Well, you can sell those shims in a little pack of 10. And then for bigger levels, I'd probably get them machined in China. So they were slightly, curved. So at each end, they accounted for the divergence. So if you could come up with, the figures for that, say from a 3-foot level, I don't know how to work it out.
We've got the short numbers, 100 meters
I could
sections per mile.
I could tell you the math right away.
I could give you a little licensing fee, or once I've got to get back on the program, of course, and pitch it again. But I think that'd be quite good. All the builders would love them to have a little, be able to pack the
Potential
level
angle of
out.
adjustment wedges.
Yes,
Okay, so
yes, that sort of thing.
I could tell you exactly how to do the math. Let's say you were going to do.
No, I don't. No, I don't. No,
come on.
No, I'm paying you to do that. Just deliver me the figures.
I'll do it for free.
Over 3
I'll
foot.
do it for free right now. Okay. Here's the math.
Listen,
Let's say we're going
Charles,
3 feet.
you're only making the tea so far, so don't get above yourself.
Okay. So we do what fraction of a mile is it? So 5 over 5,280, and then you're going to square it, right? And then you're going to multiply that by 8, and what we get is 2. What is it?
You said over a mile, it's 8
100,000ths of an
inches.
inch?
So I'm not paying for that, because you gave me that one for free, the 8-inch one. We know how to build the 8-inch one. I've got that already. That's a mile. Yeah, so that's fine.
4, 5, 6.
Do I put that 8? Do I put that little 8
You weren't
inch?
listening. You weren't listening to what I was saying. What
No,
I started
I
with
was.
was 3 over 5,280. That's a fraction. It's not 1 mile.
Yeah.
It's a
No,
fraction.
yeah, I know. All that matters, Charles, is that when I've got my water level this end, I send you off with an 8-inch wedge. You stick it under the pipe at your end, so that it keeps it level, so the water doesn't run out. That's the most important part of the job.
Yeah,
that's
so
what I don't want to happen.
2 millionths of an inch is what it is.
Level horizontal adjusters.
Over a mile? 2 millionths of an inch?
No. 3
for
feet.
what? 3 feet?
3
Oh,
feet.
That's fine. Well, you could machine
So
that. The Chinese are getting pretty
2
clever at that
millionths.
kind of thing.
2/millionths
Yeah.
of an inch over 3 feet.
Yeah. Well, I think I'd probably get that done in China. Yeah, they're pretty sharp.
So,
It's cheap. If you get 10,000 units, it's quite cheap. But anyway, over a mile, it's 8 inches. So you need to take that 8-inch wedge with you tomorrow when we do that.
No,
I
I
don't want
didn't
the
say
water
8
running
inches.
out again.
I said 2/millionths of an inch.
Over a mile. No, over a mile, you said 8 inches.
But you don't have a tool that's a mile long, so you're not going to do
Yeah, we have a water level. We've got a water level. Yeah, but you just take the wooden block, could you? Stick your water level at end on the wooden block, 8 inches higher, and then we'll be sure that the water won't run out.
No,
I'm not doing it again, man. No, I'm not doing it again. It's a waste of time today when we're bloody water fight.
It was called Dragon's Den. Now, is that a UK program? Because in the United States, it's called Shark Tank.
Yeah, maybe you should
Dragon's
try.
Den?
But I don't want to see you on there stealing my idea, man.
You literally can't even have a conversation. I'm literally trying to have a
Well,
conversation.
no, because I know you're not trustworthy. I'm sorry.
So we can't have a conversation. I can't tell you that it's called Shark Tank in the United States, and I can't ask you. Is it called?
You can.
Is it called
You can. I just don't want to see you on.
Like I literally can't talk to you like you're a human being.
You can. I was jumping ahead. No, you can say that. I'm just saying, I don't want to see you on that program, Shark Tank.
Oh my goodness gracious!
With my idea, that's what I'm saying. You can talk to me about Shark Tank. I just
literally it's like I'm talking to a NPC. Are you actually a real person? Or are you an NPC?
Well, we started out here. I asked you a question because I was confused. You haven't done anything to change that.
Confused.
You're an NPC. You've done that. I'm just here. I'm doing my ironing. I'm doing the ironing, all right? That's what I'm doing. I haven't got a Google open.
Doesn't believe you're real.
I just think.
No, I think you're actually an NPC.
I don't know what that is.
How have we got femboy calling someone else an NPC?
Why are you called Flat Earth Math? Yeah. Why?
It's a clear tell when you literally can't have a conversation with somebody. Like I'm saying,
literally can't have a conversation with somebody. All I've heard all night is you talking over everybody like I'm doing you right now. See, because you're an arsehole. You can't shut up for 5 seconds because you're a sophist. Shut up, boy.
Just trying to humour because intelligence is beyond you,
Don't plan on
Charles.
insulting you, Paige. But you can
I'm
insult
turned
me all you like.
I'm turned to humour, Charles.
Paige, wow. I mean, that's how dumb he is. He doesn't even know the difference between a British and an Australian accent.
Because he wasn't even listening. That's what it shows, Charles. Why do you always do that, you guys? Why do you disrespect women so much that you just don't listen at all to a word they're saying?
It is very disrespectful because you don't pay attention.
In the
He's doing it again,
chat, and so I assumed.
He can't help himself. He does it with everybody, and I've just about had enough of listening.
I think everybody has. Charles, you're just being disrespectful.
That's all right. That's all right.
Is it time for you to go?
Free for all Friday.
I think so.
Yeah.
So, yes.
You did make it suck though, really badly.
Yeah, free for all Friday doesn't mean you can just talk over the head moderator whenever you want because she's a woman, Charles. So disrespectful.
I think you just made that up. I think
everybody could hear you doing it.
It's great that you are having a open discussion. I enjoyed participating. It was great talking with you, Erdebear and Bev and Emma. Thank you very much for your hospitality.
Charles,
right.
Before we go.
Yes.
The dog ate my homework.
Sorry, next time.
So, yeah.
I'll give you credit this time. I'll exempt you this time, but I won't only use that excuse once.
Yeah,
all right,
well.
Have a good one, everybody. Take care. Bye-bye.
Yeah, see you later, Charles. Charles is the most contradictory person I've ever known. He forgets. I think he's getting forgetful. Because he forgets when he's just said something and you remind him that he said it and he says, I didn't say that. When you did say that. So, see, I could go over this and pull all of those things out and make the video, but I don't want to do that with Charles. It's boring.
Well, we heard it, didn't we?
It's just a sophist. We already pulled it out. Everyone can hear it. He just imagines that he didn't say that. And there'll be people who can support him and say, well done, Charles, you did a good job there for the dogmatic globe, but I don't know. I mean, look, Charles said, and everybody has to say this, dogmatic globe, horizontal slope. And that's ridiculous, literally. Absolutely stupid. It's been a geometric thing that we've sort of been on a journey, by saying level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. We've induced this paralogism that these guys are now pushing. They've been forced into this position. Can't get out of it. So the only way that they're going to be able to deal with this is exactly this sophistry. And more. Now, who's the ones that are going to be affected by it the most? Because Charles would say this all day, every day. They've got people sat in channels that are practicing this particular method of telling people that you don't know what a straight line is. You don't know what a square is. And they're just sophists, willing to talk over anybody. Nobody wants to talk about these things. He got stuck on the 69 miles, didn't he?
Yeah.
Like, how do you deal with that? We've got a song, Advanced Simplicity. Emma, I call it the enthymeme. Advanced Simplicity. It's just about 2 points. Those 2 points. One called A and the other one called B. Now, a lot of people have attempted to make some sort of arguments about this. That's all you've got to think about is these 2 points. It's brilliant. Euclidean geometry will be able to give you proofs from those 2 points. People like Charles want to obfuscate that simplicity. And I consider it disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't joking with him, about this being in this position of confusion, because where I am at the moment in my journey is I've come here and I've heard this argument, and it sounds pretty sound to me, But if it turns out to be bullshit, I'll be gone.
Yeah.
And that's how it is. And I've been to other places and I've heard that and I thought, this is bullshit, and I'm off. I am like that. I'll be off. I won't probably even say goodbye, So that's what I meant to say to him. Yeah, this is important. This is my life. It's not just a joke. I can have a joke with him, and that he can't. He proposes something else, but he can't take my mind with him. He can't somehow tell me something that I can really establish as a proof. I have to accept just these words that a straight line is curved and be happy with that, with no question at all. I have to accept it without questioning it, any questions about it. It just is. You're not intelligent enough to know. When you've been to university, you've got your degree, then you might understand.
Understand a straight line.
Yeah, and it is important to me. There's too much time, not enough time to waste on stuff,
Well, what you'll find is you've not got enough time to waste on people like Charles, right? That's what it turns into. Because Charles is relentless. He's never gonna, he can forget what he's just said and contradict himself and then tell you that he didn't contradict himself. He didn't say that thing that he just said to make you wonder why he's contradicting himself. And then he'll have supporters and there'll be more people. So you'll have to deal with 4 or 5 of people like Charles. Once Charles teaches his argument, and then you'll get more and more, and that will wear you down. That'll be what makes you disappear from this arena, not not the truths that you've found. You'll go away with the truths that you've found, but Charles will still be here doing what Charles does to the next person that may be like you, that's starting that journey of trying to find a discovery about what's going on, a little bit confused. And talking to Charles, it's never going to help you, is it? It's never going to unconfuse you, listening to a guy talking nonsense.
No, it's like, in 6 months' time, you just switch the whole story. What I hear you talking about, and in 6 months' time, you say, right, now you've understood that bit, and you understand about horizontals being parallel and the perpendiculars are parallel. Well, now forget all that. Right, now that straight line we told you about is actually curved, right? I mean, you need to get your head around that. It was just the first bit was just just to get you into it. And now this is really more advanced. So now we need to see that this straight line we told you about that made all the other things work. Actually, that's not real. It's like Santa.
Yeah, we just told you that to get you into the gist of it.
Yeah. And now, like Charles did when he was at high school, they told him that. But when he went to higher education, because he said, it's only when you get to higher education you'll learn this stuff. But they told him, and he believed it. That's why I was wondering, was he questioning the same way as you're questioning him, or anybody's questioning him? Well, how? How come? Did he do that? That was the question I asked him. Is that what you did? What did you do when they told you actually? Or we told you need to forget? Or did you just accept it?
Yeah, well,
that's the point.
Have you been to university?
No.
Did you go? I did. I went to university. And what he's saying there sort of happens, right? They take you in and they give you this, right? Well, you've just come from education. You come from your school, you did well, and then you went to your college and you've got your education, and now you are here. It's like not many people get to this position, so you people are the special ones. And then they say, here's the secret, right? He let you into the club. Well, that's what Charles is talking about. Except the club that he's joining is that straight line that we did. Well, it's not really straight, but it's straight in a different way. Like, that's the secret that Charles thinks he's got. But the way he talks is like everybody knows it. That little secret that he's developed about straight lines being straight but not really straight, and triangles having 180 degrees but with spherical excess, which is a trickery word, right, that nobody really uses, and people don't associate it to triangles having more than 180 degrees because they're not really understanding of the geometric.
Yeah. If you don't know that, you're somehow not intelligent. If you're not in that club, if you don't realise that. Well, Charles is the kind of teacher that stopped me from going to university.
Yes.
I had the capability to go to university. I did. That's what he reminded me of, because they insisted that I do certain things and act in a certain way, or they beat me. That's what happened. All of them. There's just a few that didn't. and so there's me at the back of the class saying, "Fuck you, the dog ate my homework," because that was it. They were telling me stuff and trying to make me act in a way that just didn't feel right, even if I didn't know the language of it. The same as I was saying earlier about the things that you just inherently know when you're given some information. You know that information is right. Something inside you comes in line and balances out. And then you realize, yes, that's the truth there. because somewhere you know it, some inside you just clicks and you recognize it. And it was like that. They tell me stuff. I think this is madness. This is not right. You know, why have I got to do that? You know, they taught me to. Yeah. So they trade. Yeah. They push me away from university. Probably a good thing. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I could.
Yeah, you don't sound like you'd have fit in, right?
No. As I said, I don't know whether that system made me do what I do and made my life, or whether I was already like that. That was my personality, was to question and to kick back, or whether they made me kick against the system, and I've done that all my life in one form or another, ducked and dived and just thought, that's nonsense. I'm not going over there. I'm not conforming to that rule. That's ridiculous. Yeah, and Charles is like that. Yeah. And at the time when I was young, you know, I didn't have a developed critical thinking. I didn't have the language or the thought process, or have studied a bit more to understand what they were talking about, to question them on their level. Like I see my daughter doing the same thing. You know, she hasn't got that. She's young. She hasn't got the faculties and the, you know, the words to challenge her teacher. She just comes home with gravity living inside her somewhere, and doesn't know anything about it. Absolutely nothing, except that there's a guy called Newton and an apple, and that's it. No understanding, just there in her. And that's how it works. It doesn't take much. Yeah.
That's the position the globe leaves you in, the dogmatic globe, right? The dogmatic globe leaves you in a state of a confusion, right? Because not only does it tell you that level can't be horizontal, it doesn't really give you a reason why level can't be horizontal. Like I'm saying, I'm not trying to falsify the globe. It just seems that Charles saying that it can't be, but the result of it not being is that horizontals slope, and horizontals don't slope. So does that falsify what Charles was saying about an 8-inch change in the horizontal? Or somehow can you manage to fit an 8-inch change not being a change in elevation for either level or horizontal? Because horizontals can't slope and level can't change elevation either. It's almost as if they both have to be the same.
Yeah, I mean, I have to have some concrete reason in reality to understand why that water is not pouring out of the other end of the pipe. If
Logic gives you the ability to say, right, now horizontal has no change in elevation. If there was, there would be a slope. And level has no change in elevation, otherwise the water would flow to equalize. So naturally they both have to be the same. There's no elevation to either of them. They're similar. That's the transitive law of equality. Things that are the same can be considered the same in that way. And without an elevation change, level and horizontal are the same. They're equal in regard of neither having an elevation change. But something tells Charles that they've got to be different, but still both be the same with no elevation change. That's got to put you in a really bad position.
Yeah, it does.
No wonder Charles feels stressed, and it seems like he's struggling to try and hand it off to other people about their being sophists and whatnot, because it's really simple.
Yeah, but he has got that voice, doesn't he, that moves a sophist into sophistication. You know, he's got a voice. He's got an educated voice, an educated air about him, a sophistication.
It says he's been in
that he
this
can pass.
16 years. So he's got 16 years of experience defending a globe with nothing.
Yeah, and interesting, he calls himself Flat Earth Math. You know? I mean, why is he just not Doctor, Professor, or just Charles Smith, or whatever his name is? You know, he doesn't, you know, the flat Earth is, there is a point to that. You know, he's either trying to debunk or address those people, or assume everybody who doesn't agree with him is a flat earther. But he's not doing a very good job at it after 16 years. He should have been able to convince me. You know, I haven't been at this 16 years, 16 months maybe.
Yeah.
You know, this particular subject, you know, I mean, things
Yeah,
have
you've
come
got a
out
simple
of it.
question, and he's got 16 years of sophistry.
Yeah.
Knowing that he has no proof. He's never going to have a proof. All he's got is just, well, it seems to be, he's trying to falsify Euclid. That's the big thing. They've been doing it for ages, but just recently it's becoming more and more obvious. But they don't, obviously, they don't want to say that that's what they're actually attempting to do. But that is what they're attempting to do.
Yeah, that's why I was asking him, you know, where does that cross over from one to the other? You have to deny a certain part of Euclid for the spherical bit to work. Where does it say that? Where does somebody written down, you know, like Euclid did, that, you know, now we can assume, like, you know, when the straight lines and the horizontals, when you get to university and they change to something else. Where does it explain that in logical terms that I could, you know, move forward and say it's undoubtedly a sphere then, because the logical terms take me to that and nothing else. But the water, you know, is still running out of the end of the tube, and that's really not logical. That's trying to marry up these two stories. You know, he didn't do a very good job in 16 years, and I thought as a teacher he'd have been able to explain that, and looked at me like a third grader or something, or, you know, pre-high school, and explain it in very simple ways. But yeah, that can only mean, you know, point to his failure as a teacher, really. Because I say I've learned a lot in the last month or two that yeah, about stuff that I hadn't really thought about in detail, that confirms logic, confirms other things that have happened in my life. And yeah, I say I'm still on a journey. So if Charles comes along and says, well, actually what Bev's saying is wrong, then my ears prick up. I think, okay, maybe Bev's been bullshitting me. Jeez, another one. And so, yeah, I am keen to hear, you know, is that true? Is there something, you know, I don't know, there might be. You know, I have to investigate, don't I? Can't just take, you know, somebody's word for it. You've got to take it to the next page, turn the page and see what it says the next page.
Yeah, Flat Earth Fighter started it with me, right? Telling me that, you know, level wasn't a straight line on a horizontal plane because non-Euclidean geometry is a thing. But I mean, what does that mean? Sounds like nonsense, doesn't it? Once you know, because once you go looking, right, like in that research flat earth thing, like you research Euclid and you'll find that's where the proofs are. So you gain those proofs and then somebody says, well, now you know that non-Euclidean geometry is a thing. And you say, well, I know that Euclidean geometry gives me proof. Don't know what this other thing is that's not that. And they'll say, well, you know, you just change a bit. Like, you can't just change a bit. You've exploded your logic system. Like, literally anything can happen. Pink elephants.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing, you know. I can listen to other debates about things about Michelson, Morey, interferometry, Dayton, Miller, Einstein, Newton, all that stuff, and never hear any proofs. I never really hear something that I can go, I can hear, contradictions. I can hear people giving a different opinion, or maybe, this is a possibility, but nothing really that I could say I could test in reality and know that to be a truth. It's just an argument about a maybe. This argument is something you can apply to reality and draw that picture in a real picture in your mind that's beyond imagination. You don't have to imagine it. I mean, you can imagine it. You can also make it real in reality. Can't make Foucault's pendulum in my head, in reality, and be sure it's going to give me a truth, or two stones banging together in the shed at the bottom of the garden. But this simple straight line, perpendiculars and horizontals, leads to far greater understandings of things, I think, than all those other searchings, really. I mean, maybe it leads you to look at those in a different way, or maybe not even bother anymore because they're not really relevant. But this is what I like about this. I think that's the logic of it, yes, and the proof. And I haven't seen people run like this. I haven't seen that's what led me to these things, was to listen to educated people in these debates from both sides and I'd heard people with good arguments from the flat earth side, but I initially hadn't heard them from the globe supporting side, and that's what I went to look for. PhDs, astrophysicists, what have they got to say? What's their rebuttal to that? What's their explanation? Does it actually make sense? And I found it didn't. And here again, there's in this argument, somebody who's been at it for 16 years doesn't have anything. He says he does, but he didn't. It's not because I'm on one side of the fence and I refuse. I'm just here having a fight for one side, because I recognise he's not really answering it, so I begin to dismiss him and then fool around with him because just you can't take my joke, that I was on TV and stuff. And I don't want him to steal my idea. I don't want to catch you on TV stealing my idea. Gee, can I speak to you about the TV program? Yeah, but don't you go stealing my idea. Yeah. You just end up fooling with them. And
equipotential angle of adjustment. It's got to, you could literally get on there. I don't know how you'd manage to do it, but I mean, you could easily do a presentation that it is a necessary consequence of his globe. That it's a requirement, and auto levels don't have it adjusted built in.
Yeah. Yeah. And we can put 10 in a pack for a fiver. Every builder will want one. You'll sell thousands.
We'll have to have one, being necessary.
Yeah. There is a guy on there who's got links with China because he does clothes and stuff, and he's in the rag trade, and he gets all his stuff made in China. He's the go-to man if you want to get something done on the cheap in volume. So he's the one you target if you want that. You can get him with Deborah Meaden, and he could get it. He's got all the contacts in China to get them all machined. She'll get them on the shelves in B&Q. We'll never have to work again. We'll give Charles a little licensing fee, because if he works out the maths, give him a little licensing fee. He probably won't have to work again either if it takes off. Even if he only gets 10 of a, what do you say, 2 millionths of an inch or something. If we gave him a millionth of a penny per level sold, he'd probably never have to work again.
I'm just sending a message to Simon down. I know he won't. He literally won't talk to us about that. But I mean, look at it. It's like a false dichotomy. Putting it out there to the masses. Look at that, 3,950 votes. That's 3,950 people that have clicked one button or the other because they're, I don't know.
Wow. What's it? Have you clicked on it to see what the percentages are?
I can't do it. I could never do that. There's certain questions, right, that you'll get asked if you go onto that Hillsdale course.
Okay.
I won't answer them. I can't answer them.
Right. Okay. They're not that.
It's like, it's neither. So why would I click one or the other?
Yeah.
You're sort of supporting. You just become another number there for a vote. Showing the false dichotomy.
Yeah, I understand.
Into the break. Stop misrepresenting things. I'm not mad at anyone. Never been mad at anyone for anything. And if you knew anything about us, then you'd know that you're just flat earth society, man. That's sad.
Is he in the YouTube?
Yeah.
He gets around, that guy. He's got a different story in every place he goes. I've seen him around. He's got a different persona in each of the chats he's in. And if he's a mod, he's a bit evil. He'll time you out. And yeah, he did say that a wall could not be flat until it was demolished.
Bitter as well. What's he said? Yeah. Bev's mad. I'm bitter. It was rude. Into the break thinks it was rude for me to put a strike out for a guy that stole my content. So he's supporting content theft on YouTube. He's coming in here saying that I'm mad and I'm bitter. Well,
yeah, he's chanting for Nathan, from over there. I mean, not for Nathan the Khan, but yeah, that was the language in Nathan's chat. That was what the language was about that.
Yeah, he's put there. Khan did transform the work. He titled it "Bev the Liar." When he copied a 45-second clip into the break. You can't even see it because it's been taken down, because YouTube took it down because I gave them the bit that he copied and they said, yes, it's a direct copy. They don't just take it down if it's not into the break. You're supporting a YouTube content theft for the sake of groupthink. Free for All Friday. Where are they? I've asked them. Who wants to have a chat about it? We went over the video. I mean, did I lie about anything? Sad. This is a weird FE cult. He's calling us an FE cult.
Yeah, I mean, it underlines exactly what you've been talking about. This kind of team baiting thing, have seen that's what's happened. When you go and ask people questions, they all pile on and try and put you down. Nobody wants to address the points you're talking about. Never want to go there. I mean, Oakley will do it, but only if he's in control of the mic, and he just waits for you to say yes. And he turns that yes into you as if you've just agreed with him. He just grabs one word from a reply and then spews on for another 20 minutes about how you'd agreed with him. And if you don't, does his balls taste nice and all that? And total rubbish.
Oh, I'll put the tweet in, right, in case anybody does want to go and just check out what it is. I don't think it's going too well for them, but be my guest. Check it in the in the YouTube chat if anybody wants to just copy that. Chuck it in there. It's a tweet that Simon Dan's put out. You too can join the thing if you want, and perhaps go and check how well it's going for either side of this false dichotomy. See who's winning the battle. Don't think it's going so well, because Simon Dan made a comment saying, I knew it would go this way. They're all over X.
Do you want to know the ratios?
It's about 70 something, I guess.
58-42.
Oh, that's come closer. I think what's happening is people like Cats are now having to put it out and say the trolls are all over this, which is some sort of like a dog whistle to, come on guys, support the team. It's important. It's Simon Dan's thing. But I mean, I think it's going to be pretty important for a 50-50 split. Really, the true false dichotomy needs a 50-50 split, doesn't it? Then neither side can claim victory, and they can both continue as they were, saying, well, we're both as valid as each other.
Yeah.
As I say, I don't involve myself with false dichotomies. And nice of Into the Break to come on over here. Again, I'm guessing people like Michael Kahn and Flatsoid and Nathan Oakley and all of that, they don't want to watch any of this sort of stuff, because this is the sort of stuff that you have to you have to take care of the people that are around you, the people that are listening to you. You don't want to be giving them a false impression of what's going on. And like people like Charles being able to come in here and talk about this sort of stuff. I mean, where else does Charles have a platform to be able to do that? I mean, who else is there that is willing to come and, try and support the dogmatic globe model, at least geometrically? It's an impossible task. So who's going to take it on?
Hey, this is still free for all Friday, right?
It is, yes.
Okay, so I would just say that, and not to say that it's not good, because it is good. It's good for, I guess, both sides. I guess it's good for, more so good for us. But, I mean, just the fact that he's even coming in to have a conversation would be good. But why only on a live show?
Charles.
Yeah, you can come in any other time, Charles, and have a conversation. Why you only come in on a live show? That's not.
Anybody can. They all want to come
yeah,
in
exactly.
on a live show.
Exactly. But I mean, what I mean though is like, you can come in anytime and have these conversations. You don't have to wait till Friday. Like, you can come in anytime.
Well, that's why we like to do it, right? You know that the most of the conversations we have, whether it be with Dave Weiss or Jaron, Dell, Andrew, right? We have conversations with all sorts of people, and they're not live. It's much better. Like, you people out there don't think this is bad on you, but I mean, you don't need to know the conversations that we have. Nobody needs to know the conversations that we hold personal and the information we gain from those. That's not for everyone. This live show's to try and give people a glimpse of what, you know, you want to come in, you want to say your thing, come in and say it. Just be honest about what we're in, this arena. People trying to imagine an earth-shaped thing when really we're just trying to understand where we start off from. They can't seem to decide what a straight line is, how you measure elevation changes, whether an elevation change makes it not flat, whether a slope or a mountain or whatever, whether that's flat or not. Whether people want to say, oh, you're misrepresenting what flat is. When you say it's not flat, we all know it's not flat. But we want to still call it flat, and we want to call you a dishonest liar at the same time, because you're saying it's not flat when it's obviously not flat. You're getting that from one side, and then you're getting the sophistry of the straight line from another side. And we're just in the middle saying, but reality says this. These are the proofs within reality. Come in anytime. Please do. Come and join us on ARC. It's getting good fun.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. I didn't think that I was gonna have as much fun as I was having, but you guys should definitely come and join ARC if you've got the opportunity and the right machinery to do it. You should definitely join because it is definitely fun. All I do is walk around and look at stuff and fly birds
You've not
and
even
build
been
stuff.
in a cave yet.
Yeah, I haven't even been. I haven't even done stuff yet.
Nothing
I haven't even done shit. I don't even think I've left a base yet. I've just been safe inside the walls of the base.
Right, I'm going to end it now so we can get on it for a bit.
Cool beads.
Yeah, thank you very much for watching.
Yeah, thank you.
Listening.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for being here.
Yeah, no,
thank you for taking part.
Great. I really appreciate it. Yeah, sanctuary. Keep on keeping on, people.
Right, and just so you know, because I did it last night and I really fucking like this. A five-sided square, where is it? Five-sided square. This is so good. Right, now, this is the consequences of not Euclid. And once you know logic, once you understand logic, they have this alternate worlds theories, right? Now, there are things you can and you can't do theoretically within possibilities of logic. But one of the rules of this alternate worlds idea is that a square will always be a square. You can't have this alternate world where a square is a circle, because that's one of the things that can't be changed. It's already defined as a square. You cannot change what a square is in the alternate worlds theory within logic, within providing your theorems and possibilities of if P then Q. You can't say if P a square, then Q a circle. You can't do that. That's not allowed. Well, welcome to the dogmatic globe. Come and join us in Discord, and we'll see you Monday. Maybe going live over the weekend. Who knows? Thanks for listening.
Hey, let me just hold on. Let me just stop you here before you go any further, guys. You know, you said about the 5-sided square. Just to clarify. So if you want to make a clarification now, because there are people in the chat that will probably jump all over that and try to make some kind of stupid video, retarded video about it. So
I'm a 5-sided square earther.
You know, in order to clarify what you've just said, and you know, you might just need to back that up somehow.
Yeah, no problem. So the 5-sided square is possible on a shape that...
A square on the surface of a sphere could have 3 sides,
5-sided square,
4 sides, or 5 sides.
It probably has a more technical name for it, but
5-sided square.
It appears as though it's almost like
a square or a solid square.
A square.
5-sided square.
Just a square.
5-sided square.
I got your numbers right here.
5-sided square.
It's just as easy as 1, 2, 3.
5-sided square.
You have to open your mind.
3 sides, 4 sides, or 5 sides.
Imagination is all you need.
5-sided square.
Don't take advice from fools.
5-sided square.
Everything that they say is in vain.
If you want to define a square is...
Never take advice from fools.
You could make a 5-sided square.
What they do is in vain.
Before you go any further, guys, you know, you said about the 5-sided square. Just to clarify.
If you want to define a square is an object that has only 90-degree internal angle.
Actually, slightly random point, but if any of you are into math, there's a certain shape where you could make a 5-sided square.
Give us the definition then of a square.
5-sided square.
Everything is relative to you.
It means a solid square, I mean a solid
cube. Just have to say it in generality.
4 sides or 5 sides.
Just like those straight lines curving.
You could make a 5-sided square.
Drive down the road, don't you ever swerve.
5-sided square.
I don't know.
5-sided square.
It probably has a more technical...
All of this goes.
I'm a 5-sided square earther.
Never take advice from fools.
5-sided square.
Everything that they say is in vain.
But you can make a 5-sided square with 90 degrees.
Never take advice from fools.
5-sided square earther.
Everything that they do is in vain.
5-sided square earther.
Did he say a 5-sided square, question mark?
Spherical axis, and that is a good way of working out that we do indeed live on a globe.
Give us the definition of a square, please, people. Come on.
It's a lot more complicated than spherical.
Don't be stalling.
5-sided square.
Isn't it? Yeah.
I'm a 5-sided square earther.
5-sided square.
I know the game that you're playing.
It's a lot more complicated than spherical.
I know exactly what's on your mind.
5-sided square.
You got your playbook, it's alright.
5-sided square is possible.
Your model dictates what you will find.
5-sided square.
And I don't know.
If you put a flat piece of paper, well, it wouldn't be flat, you'd have to bend it, obviously.
All of this goes.
But you can make a 5-sided square with 90 degrees. But you can make a 5-sided square with 90 degrees.
5-sided square.
Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
5-sided square.
Square in spherical geometry could have 3 sides,
5-sided square.
4 sides, or 5 sides.
If you're into math, there's a certain shape
5-sided square.
where you could make a 5-sided square.
Just give us the definition of a square in spherical geometry.
I don't think that. What's the point of that
It's pretty flat and level now.